We know that it's going to be Clash at the Castle this weekend, and I think there can be a little bit of excitement for this weekend as well, to be honest. Word on the street is that we may get Bo and Nikki at Clash at the Castle. That's come from Tom Colohue, and he was very careful to say, and he was very clear to say, that he's not saying 100% they'll be on the show, but what he's been told is that they will be attending the show. They will be backstage, and they will be at the show. So obviously they could be there for a meeting, but they could also be there to tease the arrival of the group. So yeah, I think it's one of those where I'm going into this weekend with the expectation of a QR code. I'm going in thinking we get a QR code. If we get something more, then fantastic, amazing, brilliant, right? If we don't, it's fine. It's all eyes on next Monday. All eyes on next Monday. So yeah, there's a lot of excitement. Obviously just excitement that we're going to get another QR code tonight, because I'm sure we will, but excitement that this is the final week. So what does this week have in store for us? Are we going to get extra things? I would think so. I would be surprised if tonight's QR code doesn't point to another day, you know, like how we've done that before. I would guess that this is the end of Nightbird for this week, so I would guess that whatever goes down today is going to point towards like a different day this week. And then, of course, we got SmackDown, and then we got Clash, and then they arrive next Monday. So with that being said, let's do the preview, and then I can jump into the chat and get your thoughts, get your questions. I do want to just say as well, because I did mention this yesterday on our NXT stream, and I know not everyone watches NXT, but a big thank you to everyone that took part in that follow train thing that we did on Twitter. It was a massive success. It was a bigger feedback and success than I ever imagined. We got over 1,000 comments on that tweet. I tried to follow as many as I could, and I followed so many that my account has now been restricted because Twitter thinks that I'm a robot. So if I've been quiet over the weekend, that's why. It's because I'm only allowed to post so many posts, like so many things, and follow so many people. After I followed, I don't know, it was hundreds of people on Friday night. So that's why, like, my Twitter has been a little quiet over the weekend, but we should be back hopefully tomorrow. I had a message saying that we think this is potential automated activity. Basically, we think you're a robot, which last time I checked, I'm not. But they said we're going to limit your account for the next 3 days. So I'm guessing that's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I'm guessing I'm back tomorrow. I better be. This is a busy week. So big thank you to everyone that took part in that. I hope people benefited from taking part in that. I hope people got extra followers and saw a little boost. If they did, amazing. If you didn't, don't worry about it. At least you've not been slapped on the wrist like me, right? So yeah, it was worth doing. I don't regret doing it. It was worth doing, but definitely lesson learned. I think our ambitions are a little bit bigger than what X allows at the moment, so lesson learned. But yeah, let's do this preview, then we'll get to the chat. So Ilya Dragunov and Bron Breakker are going to battle 1-on-1. Amazing. We got Sami Zayn taking on Otis in a non-title match, right? Then we've got Lyra Valkyria and Io Sky. They're battling away in a Queen of the Ring rematch. So obviously we're going to get more Dom and Liv as well. I'd imagine we're going to get build for Damian and Drew. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty stacked show again. Obviously it is the go home, so there is a bit of concern that this show is not going to be, you know, the most shocking, because everything's pretty much done to get us where we need to get to, and historically go home shows are not the best. So I think that we'll go in with, you know, lowish expectations, but I think that looks okay. There's not loads there, but it looks okay. Ricochet, add in the Liv and Dom stuff, add in the Drew and Damian stuff, add in the QR codes, and, you know, I'm sure Jey Uso will pop up at some point as well. And you can kind of see roughly what we're in store for. So, yeah, there we go. That is the Raw preview. Mark with Attitude, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate everybody joining us. Kian said Cody is going to go to NXT next week. Wrestling Headlines is reporting. Yeah, well, it was said on the show, actually. There was a message from him on the actual NXT Battleground where he said he quite fancied showing up on Tuesday to see some old friends. And then I think he included like Vic Joseph, maybe Bron Breakker. No, not Bron Breakker. Booker T. And so the commentators were talking about, see, I knew that I had friends in high places. And Booker T turned to Vic Joseph and told him to shut up. So it was mentioned on the actual show, yeah. So apparently, I don't know why he's coming down. I don't know if that's just to give the ratings a bit of a pickup. Perhaps they're just trying to find a way of keeping this momentum going, you know. But yeah, apparently Cody on NXT on Tuesday. Who farted said AEW really want for Ricochet. If I was him, I would go to TNA. It's tricky, innit? I mean, if you go to AEW, you're probably going to get better money. If you go to TNA, you're probably going to be showcased more, but I don't know. That's difficult, isn't it? Because TNA, you're going to be... I don't know what their views are. I don't know what their crowd size is. I mean, I would say that undoubtedly both things are going to be bigger in AEW. So, yeah. Apparently tonight is going to be Ricochet's final night in NXT or NXT in Raw. Just because of talking about NXT, I've got it on my brain. Tonight's going to be the final night on Raw. It's going to be his final night that we'll see him on TV. He handed his notice in. He's not thinking of renewing, and so it looks like Ricochet is going out the door. I can't say it's a big surprise. I can't say that it's one that I'm shocked by. I think of all the ones we went through, we spoke about Becky. I said I don't see her going. We spoke about Chad. I said I don't see her going, or him going. We spoke about Ricochet. I said I could see him going, but I'm just not sure about Samantha Irvin. Just not sure about if he'll stay for Samantha. I don't know if that's going to be too much for him to leave. And so I wasn't sure, but of all the ones that were on the table, that was the one that felt most likely. And the reason why is because Becky's got a kid with Seth. And so, you know, they bring that kid to work and she needs her mom and dad. So it seems a bit strange for Becky to now go to a different company because she's going to have to look after the kids. You know, they like to have the kid with them. Well, dad's going off over here, mom's going off over there. It's just not an ideal situation. So I've said before, there's more important things in life than money. And I could see that being a real consideration. If they didn't have the kids, then I wouldn't feel quite the same. Then I would be a little bit more like, there might be a chance. But I think because of the kid, I feel very confident Becky will remain with WWE. And then Chad Gable, I mean, look at how he's being booked at the moment. What's great about Chad is not only is he in a strong storyline right now, but you can see a future because he'll be working with the Creeds. I mean, you can see what the plan is a mile away. He is going to split with Alpha Academy, and then he'll team up with the Creeds. He may be Intercontinental Champion. And, you know, I'd say for the rest of the year, he's sitting pretty. Add in some good pay, and I think that, you know, Chad Gable doesn't really have too much of a decision to make. He's being used, and he's being featured, and he's going to get paid well. I felt good that he'll stay. But yeah, Ricochet looks like he's done. Looks like, you know, I'm sure AEW will come in for him, and hopefully they use him better. But I don't know. It's, you know, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, there's been lots of criticism for AEW's booking over the years. of like different superstars, but Ricochet is someone that I so want to see succeed. I so want to see him like be used properly. He was so good as Prince Puma, so good. And I think it's just, it's a borderline unforgivable disgrace that WWE didn't use him better, because you've got such a talent there. And it is just a disgrace that we didn't use him better, to be honest. But I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. But if anyone wants to be kind and give me a membership, I would be happy, said Kapowski. Well, we are going to look to do member streams on Thursday. I forgot about them last week. Completely slipped my mind, but we will do one on Thursday. We'll get back to doing another quiz. I did put up a video last week as well, which was like behind the scenes of the latest toy hunt. And obviously we did another toy hunt, which I dropped on Saturday, which was sort of unplanned. I did go to Blackpool to see if I could do one. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to, and I did manage to do one, and I got back, and I edited it, and I got it uploaded, so I was very pleased about that. But, yeah, I think I'll do another behind the scenes on that one as well, so should be a couple of things hitting the members side of things this week. Travis said, we know what will happen to Ricochet in AEW. The booking committee, aka the unprofessional EVPs, will bury him and then chase him out the company. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how they feel about Ricochet. I mean, in regards to CM Punk, it obviously massively backfired. And there was clearly tension, but I don't know that that tension exists with Ricochet. You know, if you're kind of in their good books, if you will, then, you know, I think they're there to work with you. It's in their interest for AEW to do well, but I don't know. I don't know what the relationship is. I don't know if there is. I'm sure there is. I mean, he was over in New Japan. I mean, the fact that he was in New Japan, the fact that he's probably been around them means that I would imagine there's probably some sort of relationship there. And I think, like, you know, Ospreay's over there. Ospreay thinks very highly of him. I think also there's probably been, hopefully, some lessons learnt from the whole CM Punk debacle. So I don't see it really backfiring, to be honest. I think he'll go over there. He'll be featured. I don't know how well he'll be featured, because the problem you've got is you can't feature everyone. You know, you got Swerve, you got Samoa Joe, you got MJF, you got all these people over in AEW, and you just can't feature everybody. So it's tricky to know where he fits in on the card, how he gets used. But I don't think there'll be any, like, burying on purpose. Call me naive, but I don't. I think, like, there's probably an existing relationship there. I think he'll be used well in, or better, shall we say, in AEW. But I hope it works. I keep saying it. I wish him nothing but the best. I loved him as Prince Puma. I was so excited when he signed, and we just never cracked it. We just never got it working, and I think that's to WWE's shame. I'm an E-drone, and I'm sitting here saying that WWE should be ashamed of how they used Ricochet, because he might not have had the greatest personality in the world. He might not have been the most charismatic person in the world, but plenty of wrestlers have not been that charismatic, and we found ways of giving them a gimmick and getting them over. And we should have tried different things with Ricochet. I just feel like we just did the same thing for, like, I don't know, however long he was there, 20 years, whatever. I feel like we just did the same thing. We didn't try anything different. He was just the same guy throughout his whole main roster run, and it didn't work at the start, and surprise, surprise, it didn't work at the end. So I think that's WWE's shame to bear. It's their cross to carry. Merc with attitude said, what's up, Daze? Words of red here. Just wanted to say thanks for the follow and for everything that you do. I tune in from time to time as much as I can to stay up to date. We'll follow you to the end. Merc with attitude, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. And I suppose I'm really pleased as well that I've managed to get to you and give you a follow. As I said, I genuinely did sit here for hours Friday night with a coffee. I was loving it, just kind of going down that comment, just going, do I follow you? Boom. If I don't follow, leave a like so that I know I've read that. Next one, do I follow you? Boom, leave a like. And I just worked my way down that whole comment. And I was under the impression that as soon as like you maxed out for the day, you get a little thing, sorry, you've reached your max for the day. That's how it's always been, right? And I must admit, I was surprised the amount that I was being allowed to do. It was one of those where I was like, I'm sure it should have stopped me by now, but I just kept going. I was like, I'm getting away with it. And then I don't know if you've ever had it where the screen kind of goes white and you've got your little profile picture in the corner and then you've got like some text in the middle and it's all official from Twitter. And I had that. And it was not the longest message, but it was like, due to potential automated activity, which X takes very seriously, we are limiting the functionality of this account for the next 3 days. Something like that. I was like, what? Where did that come from? Normally you just get a little, you've reached your daily limit. What happened to that? Why have we stopped doing that now? That's all I needed was you to go, we've reached our daily limit, and then I can't do any more. All right, frustrating, but fine. Why did you allow me to do all that stuff then? So, yeah, frustrating. But hopefully people out there, as I said, benefited. But that has been my headache over the weekend, is the Twitter thing. But as I said, slap on the wrist for 3 days. I think it's already been 2. I think today might be 3. So I should be back tomorrow. But this is going to affect Nightbird tonight because I can't put stuff, or I can't put loads in bookmarks. I can't like loads and I can't bookmark loads. So like, this is why Unseen has been affected. This is why Nightbird's been affected. If it was longer than 3 days, I would just use a different Twitter account. But because it's only 3 days, it doesn't make sense for me to tell you, like, oh, guys, use this one instead. Because literally, like, tomorrow, it's going to change back. So it's a horrible amount of time. It's too short to really make any big changes. But it's too long where I'm kind of, you know, missing out on doing videos. Because I would have done an Unseen last night. I would have done an Unseen. I would have done, like, you know, I don't know if we would have got a Nightbird done. I haven't really been getting loads of Nightbird stuff. I feel like we didn't get loads of clues last week, and what we got on Friday was kind of straight to the point. And maybe that's a shift in the Nightbird campaign. We're starting to see it be a bit more direct now. We're starting to see it be less cryptic now. We're starting to, like, you know, really trying to shout the message now. We're coming. It's happening. 17th. You know, this is the reason why. These are the people in the group. Like, maybe this week is going to be very direct. I would imagine that we're not going to have too much to try and solve this week. My guess is that this is the week where we get some glimpses at some of the characters. I mean, I think it won't be that we see their full faces, but it might just be we get to see a little more. It might just be that we just get that little bit more, that little more of a teaser as we head towards the weekend. I don't know what I would like in regards to answers. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would love to see the therapist go in to meet the group. I would love to see that video. We've never seen that moment. We saw her obviously doing the therapy session, and then we saw her saying, oh no, everything was fine, I'm glad he set me free, and all that stuff. But we haven't seen what she saw. I'd love to see that, but I don't know that that's the plan. I don't know that we're going to get that footage. And don't forget as well, we might be getting some stuff as part of their actual presentation for when they actually arrive. So it could be that some footage that we want to see is being saved for next Monday on Raw. And, you know, it could be... Do you remember when Bray came back, he had the empty Firefly Funhouse? You know, that they used video footage for when Bray returned. They could absolutely use video footage for when this group finally arrive. And there's been people wondering if we might get little teases throughout next week's Raw kind of leading up towards the end of the show when they finally come out. So I think next week's show is going to be quite heavy on that as well. So it is difficult to know what we're going to get. Is it going to be cryptic? Is it going to be more therapist? Is it just going to be like we got Friday, which was very, I thought, to the point? Boom, here we go. Is it just going to be stuff like that? Don't know. It's very interesting. We'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, we don't have an answer on that. I don't really quite know what to expect, but we don't have long till we find out. So, Matt Merck with Attitude, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Christopher Roman, the GOAT, said Hakulelo is coming to WWE and joining the Bloodline. I did read that earlier. So isn't that the brother of like Tamatonga Tongaloa coming over from New Japan? So yeah, another member on the way, apparently. What's up, Daze? Love the show, said Josh. We get a good howdy QR code tonight and then show up at the weekends and heck to your Twitter. Yes, it is true. I think we will get a QR code tonight, and I'm sure it will be good. I mean, even the one on Friday was good, but it's just, I don't know how cryptic they're going to be anymore. I don't know how much investigating there's going to need to be anymore. I don't know if we've kind of changed to a different phase now where it's more about getting the message across. You know, in the past week or so, we've seen a lot more written dialogue from Howdy as he's really trying to get his message out there as to what's happening, why it's happening, what he's coming for. You know, he's coming for a massacre. He's bringing a massacre, and the blood is on our hands, and he thanked us for it as well. So we have kind of took some big steps forward with understanding his mindset. We'll have to see what tonight brings. Days, can we burn down X? Said William. Sure. We just got to help Howdy burn down WWE first. Once we've done that, I mean, I don't know if we can do all that, say, next Monday. Maybe we could do X on Tuesday. We'll have to wait and see. But yes, it's definitely on my list. As Miss Clown said, you just made the list. Kapowski said, I think I did it before. I hope someone will gift it. John said, there was some memberships that just got gifted in. Yeah, I saw them fired in. Who gifted them? MLW Flash. Shout out to you, my friends. But we need to find servers and spam a 333 file. That's too technical for me. I don't know what that means. Kieran said, I understand it's not 100% that we get Howdy, Bo, Nikki at Clash at the Castle, but surely we can acknowledge that if they're flying over, it's more than likely. I fear getting hopes up, though. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Tom was very clear in saying that he is not reporting that on the show. He's not reporting that they're at the show. But he has not heard that they're going to be making an appearance. So I'm not getting my hopes up. But I'm certainly going to be watching, expecting at least the QR codes. And we'll just take it from there. So you can still get excited for Clash in that regard. I mean, you can get excited anyway because it's Clash. But you can, do you know what I mean? You can still get excited for something to do with Nightbird, because I'm sure we're going to get something to do with Nightbird, and potentially it could be even sweeter than just a QR code. But I think you're right to not like get carried away with that, although I'm sure some will. Twitter is such a shiz place. Imagine allowing porn and allowing pedos to still be on it, says James. It's, you know, I think it's difficult in regards to, well, I don't know why the porn's allowed, actually. I don't really understand why the porn's allowed. I feel like you should be able to detect that kind of thing and tell that it's not, like, appropriate. So I agree, actually. That is strange. I mean, I understand freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I sort of feel like we don't. You kind of put the magazines in the newsagent out of the way, don't you? Right? It's kind of covered up and on the top shelf. You know where you find them. I certainly know where you find them. So you put them out of the way. But like on Twitter, you can just be, you know, if I was to put in even anything that's remotely could be regarded as, I mean, if I type in the word Raw, because I want to look to see what people are talking about in regards to tonight's show, we all know the kind of stuff I'm going to find. Right? We all know the kind of stuff that's gonna, I would say, pop up, but that sounds very inappropriate. So yeah, I agree. I don't quite understand, because I could sit here and try and like play devil's advocate and be like, yeah, it's probably quite hard to, you know, manage everything and detect everything, but I don't know. I mean, some of the videos I've seen, I can't imagine it would take an algorithm that much work to go, oh, I think that's inappropriate. Oh dear. Oh mother. Oh, I've gone all hot. So I think that's how the algorithm talks. I'm not sure. WrestleBuzz said, Daze, if we didn't get the leak of who was in the Wyatt Six, with the info that we've got, do you think we would know who was involved? I think so. Because I think these names are the kind of names you were thinking of anyway. And I remember there being a load of dates that was in a source code. We spoke about this during a video that went on the second channel yesterday. So there was a load of dates that went up, and I believe 4 of them were the birthdays of Dexter Lumis, Joe Gacy, Nikki Cross, and Eric Rowan. So, and then like we've had clips pointing to Raw, and then when you go to that Raw, it's the Raw that's got like Lumis and Nikki both backstage, with Nikki kind of acting a bit weird in the shadows, kind of looking at Candice, and Lumis has drawn the picture of Nikki in the background. I mean, the thing with that is, of course, those dates could point to anything. That Raw could point to anything, but I think you would have these names in mind. These are the kind of names we were thinking anyway. It was like your Joe Gacy's, your Dexter Lumis's, your Nikki Cross's. So when they got confirmed, that wasn't the surprise. I remember the surprise being no Alexa. That was the surprise. I don't think it was a surprise as to who was rumored to be in the group. It was more, where's Alexa? Isn't this meant to be the Wyatt 6? Why is there only 5? It's not the Wyatt 5. So that was the big talking point when the names got leaked. So as a result, yeah, I think that I think these would be the names that we would be anticipating. But if it hadn't been leaked, there would obviously be doubt, and obviously there would be other connections that have been found, because you can look at those dates and you could find connections to other wrestlers. So I've no doubt other wrestlers would be in the conversation, but I think we would be there or thereabouts. Yeah, I feel pretty good on that. They weren't much of a surprise, the names, when they got revealed. Lumis and Gacy as a team, Eric Rowan and Uncle Howdy as a second team, Alexa and Nikki could be a third team, says Davids. But Curse One, shout out to you. I hope you are well. MLW Flash said, I'm currently getting messages on X from a fake pro wrestler. Yeah, that happens a lot. There's a lot of people that do that. I got there was a guy that said he had given £50 to Candice LeRae that got in touch about a couple of weeks ago. And he was like, guys, how do I get my money back? Because I've given £50. I don't know if he wasn't scamming, to be honest. I looked at him and thought, are you scamming? Because anyone that gives money to wrestlers in DMs, I mean, that's... Just no. Just no. Why is a wrestler going to get in touch with you? And someone from WWE as well, the amount of money they're earning, and try and con 50 odd quid out of you, like it's probably not going to happen. So I sort of feel like, I mean, you've either got to be young or you've got to have like maybe some mental challenges, I think, in order to kind of fall for that sort of thing. And there are those people out there, of course. But I think the majority of people would kind of go, yeah, no, this ain't happening. But, you know, this is why the scammers operate, is because they know that there are vulnerable people that are out there that are going to fall for this kind of a thing. So you'd have to be very, very careful. Pretty much I can guarantee that any wrestler you think you're talking to in DMs, you ain't. Can pretty much guarantee that. Unless it's obviously an exception and you know the person or something like that. But yeah, most of the time it's like scammers, isn't it? So, but yeah, I did look at that guy who was like, he was like, guys, I need this 50 quid back. How do I get this 50 quid back? Can anyone help me? I was like, I don't know that you really did fall for it. I'm wondering if you're trying to now get 50 quid out of other people and you're using this as a way of scamming other people. The scams they're ever evolving. Just when you think you're on top of the scammers and the scams, they come out with a new one. So you've got to be one step ahead of the game. Daisy's drinking hot tea. I've got coffee, actually. I got coffee. I'm feeling fine, but on Friday night I did all that following. And then I immediately went out to Manchester to a toy fair because I was going to have a look, see if I could do a toy hunt at a toy fair, and it was rubbish. And so I ended up going to a few collectible stores. I ended up going to Smith's. And so I was out on Saturday, which is unusual for me because normally we're doing a big stream on a Saturday. So by the time I got back, edited the video and all that kind of stuff, it was like super, super late. And I'd basically missed the night's sleep. So I would say like over the past 48 hours, 24 hours, I've been trying to catch up with a bit of sleep that I didn't get on Friday night. And so definitely need a coffee. I'm needing that little extra boost today as we're heading towards Raw. Jace said, I gave 50 quid to a guy who gave 50 quid to a guy who gave Drake 50 quid on Twitter, and now I need my 50 quid back. Well, go back to the guy that you gave the 50 quid to, and he can go back to that guy, and then he can go back to Drake. That would be my suggestion. Frank said, Daze, have you got some pints? Not in the house. We don't really have pint. I mean, like, obviously a pint is in a pint glass. So, I mean, you don't really tend to have pints at home. You'll have, like, cans at home. If you go to a pub, you'll get a pint. You can get a pint of... I'll have Budweiser. Something like that. If you go into the pub. I don't know if you order pints in America. I'm not sure. But here in the UK, we do. So, yeah, I'll have a pint of lager. I'll have a pint of Carlin. I'll have Carlin. But when you're at home, you just tend to have bottles or cans. You wouldn't really have pints at home. As one does when they are tired. No worries. Self-preservation, says Cursed One. Cursed One, hope you're well. I am not giving you your 50 back, said Miss Cam. Very good. Is anyone going to Fanatics Fest in August, said Not JPEG. It looks all right, doesn't it? I would go. I think it looks really good. I mean, I think Rhea's there, Cody's there, Hogan's there. But I looked and there's like other big sports stars that are there, and I'm sure there'll be lots of stalls selling some stuff. I mean, Fanatics are all about selling merch. So I'm sure it'll be a good day out if you're in the area. So yeah, it does look pretty fun. Trippy said, does anyone think the Scottish people are going to win at Clash? I'm doubting it. Does anyone think any of the Scottish people are going to win? Well, I think there's a chance for Drew. I think there's a chance. I think that one is probably the closest. I don't think Isla Alba are going to be beating Bianca Jades. I certainly don't think Piper's beating Bailey. And Drew has got a chance against Damian, but I think I'm still leaning Damian. And the reason being is because I'm thinking it's CM Punk Drew at SummerSlam. And Gunther is a problem because Gunther gets a title opportunity. So I don't think you're going to do Drew, CM Punk, and Gunther, but Gunther has to be in the title match, doesn't he? Gunther is the spanner in the works. So I'm thinking that we do Gunther, Damian, and we just keep building Damian as a face as we head towards SummerSlam. And I'm thinking we do Drew, CM Punk, which feels like SummerSlam feels like the place that we should do that match. I mean, Money in the Bank, right or wrong, feels not quite as big as it used to. It feels like a B show. It feels like the focus is who wins Money in the Bank. I don't think we do Drew, CM Punk on that show. I think we save it for SummerSlam. So I'm thinking that Drew, CM Punk, we pencil it in for that. And then we do Damian, Gunther. So I'm thinking Damian, but there is still a good chance that we could do Drew. Because we could do Drew, CM Punk at Money in the Bank. And then we could do the winner of that facing Gunther. But I don't know. I don't know that that's the direction that we go, to be honest. So, yeah, it's going to be tricky, I think. MLW Flash, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Corey said the next Clash at the Castle should be in Ireland or Isle of Man. I wouldn't do it in the Isle of Man. Population of the Isle of Man is very low, so I wouldn't do it there. But Ireland, I'd definitely do it in Ireland or Northern Ireland. Which one is better, warm beer or cool beer? Oh, cool beer, definitely. Wouldn't want a warm beer at all. Cool beer, I mean, obviously a cold beer, ideally, but I'll take cool over warm. But we want to see CM Punk save Paul Heyman, says Daniel. Brandon said he was a good guy before he got injured. Patty said Seth Rollins is one of my favorites and I'm missing him. Chris said thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Chris, you're welcome. And all I can say to those that I haven't got round to, I mean, what I did was I did everybody that was underneath that comment. That probably equated to like 150, 200 people. But what's strange about X, what I've learned, is that if you get 1,000 comments, which I don't think I've ever had before, it doesn't seem like all 1,000 show to you. It doesn't seem like you can just keep going and see all 1,000. It seems like they limit it to, say, 200, because I did every comment. And I think at the time I did it, there was like 500-600 comments, and I saw about 150-200, which meant I had to go into my notifications, and that's where there was loads that weren't showing for me. Bottom line is, X is broken, right? Or it's just not where I thought it was, and it just meant trying to get to everyone is been very difficult. So I'm really pleased that those that I did get to are, you know, they've seen that I've done, like, you know, what I've said I've done. And I do still want to try and get to those other people where I can. I mean, what I would say is, if I didn't get to you and you're still waiting for me to follow you back, don't worry about it. I want to follow you, right? It's no problem to me to follow you back. If you look at my follows and all of that, I've got like 8,000 people following me. I think I follow back like 5,000. So it's not like I'm not following back, right? So if you want me to follow you back, just drop me a message, leave it a couple of days, because I'm still being slapped on the wrist at the moment by X. But drop me a message, and hopefully I should see that in a couple of days' time, and I will always try to follow back those that want me to follow them back. It doesn't bother me if someone said, oh, do you mind following me back? That's no problem whatsoever. I have no problem doing that. But it's just like, yeah, I think trying to do it that way with the comment has kind of shown that there's a few limitations to X. But you know, you're very welcome, Bud. I'm glad that I got to you, and I'm glad that people benefited. I did get people telling me their followers increased. It might not have been by loads and loads and loads, but, you know, a big thank you to everyone that put in that work, because, as we said, it'll only work if you go down and, like, follow everyone. If you leave a comment, make sure you follow everyone else. But obviously, in retrospect, don't do that, because then you'll end up where I've ended up. So in retrospect, maybe it should have been leave a comment and follow I don't know, 10 others, 20 others, 30 others, 50 others, something like that. And if everyone did that, then I'm pretty sure everyone still would have had their followers boosted, you know. But we tried. It was what it was. And, you know, some benefited. Do we think we see the puppets before we see the faction on TV? I mean, I don't expect to see them in the background during the show, no. We could do. I've just not really thought about it, to be honest. So, no, it's not something that I've considered. I think we've been doing the QR codes. I think we'll continue to do those. I still don't quite know where we are with the puppets. I mean, they've spoken about setting them free and all that kind of stuff. And we've had a glimpse of the Funhouse. So I don't know if the Funhouse is coming back. I don't know if the group's going to be loosely based on the puppets. I think it should just be loose as well. I mean, I know some will disagree, but I've got no desire to see them dressed as the puppets and acting like the puppets. I don't have any desire for that. I think the personality of the puppets, now that Bray has passed away, I'm fine with those personalities kind of being out there and kind of possessing Nikki and possessing Dexter Lumis, right? They lived inside Bray's mind before, but now they don't. Now they're free, if you will. So I'm all right with those personalities, and I'm all right with their presence being felt in some way, but I certainly wouldn't be like dressing Dexter Lumis up as Mercy the Buzzard or anything like that. I would just have his kind of mannerisms, certain phrases, and stuff like that. I would just have that as, because I mean, what are you going to do? Dress up Joe Gacy as Rambling Rabbit? Like, you're going to put him in like a dark, moody rabbit costume? I mean, that's going to look silly. Like, I kind of feel like it needs to be subtle. Like, it needs to, you know, just kind of tip its hat that way. So I certainly wouldn't do what we had when we had all the people dressed as the puppets. That was fine as a visual for bringing Bray back, but I've said before, I never thought that those people were wrestlers, and I never thought that they were going to be sticking around. I was quite against that theory, actually, because straight away those costumes just felt too temporary to me. They just didn't feel like they'd been made well enough to be a permanent, we're going to see these people on a regular basis. Certainly couldn't wrestle in them. You certainly couldn't wrestle in them. Those big heads were like too big and bulky, and do you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have to take that off. The costume looked like it would rip if you did too much movement, so you'd have to take that off. So you sort of looked at like what they were wearing, and it just felt too temporary. It just felt like they were there for the Bray return, and it was just part of that kind of, you know, moment. It added to the atmosphere. And it was good. I'm not down on it. It was good. I don't get it. As I said, I think that's something I hope we've learned the lesson on, is it would be great if this time we can better communicate what we do when we actually bring the group in. And what I mean by that is when Bray returns, he walked out with a howdy mask on. Why? Why did he do that? Why did he walk out with a howdy mask on? We never found out, right? Because he was saying that he was done wearing masks, and he said that he was not interested in joining up with Uncle Howdy. Well, then why was he wearing a howdy mask when he first returned? What was that about? And he was so not going to, you know, he was in a different headspace. But when he came back, he was wearing a howdy mask. And that, I remember, being a big talking point. Like, why did he wear that? And what did that mean? And was he a liar? And, you know, did that prove that he was a liar? I don't think we ever really got an answer on that. And then why were the puppets, like, out there? Why were people dressed as puppets out in the crowds? Because we ended up doing a Firefly Funhouse where they were back in the Funhouse as puppets. So why were they? If they'd been set free and we never got another Funhouse again, then you could say, okay, well, that's what it was. They'd been set free and they were out now. and they had consumed some people, and they were now, like, you know, the puppets were living as real people. But then why did they go back to being puppets? Like, why did we do that and then go back to a funhouse? So I'm not sure we got much answer there. You can come up with a few thoughts and theories, but that for me, this story, it needs to connect. Otherwise, you are going to lose people. There's already people that think this is just a load of rubbish that's just chucked together. I mean, you know, there's people out there that are like, this is just a load of waffle, not interested, right? And then, like, when there's little bits like that, you kind of go, it can be difficult to defend, really. And I did find quite a bit of that Howdy story was like, just, it felt like there was big pieces that were missing. And we may have filled them in eventually. We may have got to them eventually. But, yeah, I think we've got a clean page right now. So the point I'm making is, it will be so good if when they debut, you can just explain it all, and you can go, well, that's why we did that. Oh, that's clever because that connects to that. That's a callback to that, and it fits and it works. Like, I would enjoy that. That would be good. I'd be grateful. And then, like, it sets us up and we can move forward. So I did a video yesterday because, actually touching on this same subject, I did a video where I was like, what are your questions regarding Nightbirds? What is it that you're still wondering about? What are you pondering about? And we did a video on the second channel. It is worth keeping an eye on that second channel, because that second channel is where I put the opinion videos now. It's where I put my review videos now. And so it's got a purpose now, and it has had a purpose for a good few weeks. And I love it, and I think it works, and we're definitely going to keep doing what we're doing. This is it. This is working, right? So I'm loving the way that we've got the two channels kind of split. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye over there, because there will be Nightbird stuff over there that we don't do on this channel. But the Nightbird stuff will be more your thoughts, your opinions. And so I asked a question on Twitter, and I was like, what questions, other than the bride's identity, what questions have you got for Nightbirds? And we had over 80 odd messages, and I tried to get through as many as I could in an hour. But it was very interesting seeing what thoughts people had, what questions people had, seeing if we could find some sort of explanation. Seeing if we could find a way of kind of explaining where we think it's going, why we think it's going that way, what's been said in QR codes that could connect certain things. It was very interesting. I certainly can't say the answers I was providing are correct, of course, but what I can do is go, well, this is what we think, or I think this is the leading theory. So, yeah, that was good, and we boxed that off yesterday. We'll certainly look to do other bits like that this week as well. Obviously, a big final week this week. Mike said, I think Ricochet thing is a work. If anyone remembers, about a month or half ago back, he's had a match. After that match, he cut a promo saying he tried. Something has to change. Yeah, I mean... It could be, but I mean, it seems like it could be, but it seems like the dirt sheets are being told that he's done and are being told that he's looking to go. So it could be a work, but if it turns out to be a work, that would be great, to be honest. If it turns out to be a work, then that would be a really fun way of using the dirt sheets, because we will have not caught them out, but we will have kind of used them, if you will, to have caused some confusion. And honestly, I think WWE should do more of that. I think the dirt sheets are there providing spoilers, whatever, so why don't you leak false information? Why don't, you know, they're looking for any kind of information, so why don't you constantly leak false information? I don't understand why WWE don't do that, because it'd be nothing for them to leak false info. So why don't they leak false info? I don't get that, because when the real info comes out, then you won't know if it's true or not, because, well, they did also say that a week ago, and that was wrong. So is this one right, or is this one wrong? And it would just muddy the waters, wouldn't it? It would just make any real leaks I'm not sure if I can believe it or not. So I wish they would do more of that. I currently think the Ricochet stuff is true just because we don't really do that, unfortunately. We don't really go to the dirt sheets and leak much false info. But if they have done that, then I'm all for it. I would love it. I think it would be great. That I wish they would do that and more of that. Mitchell said Daze is the reason that people are down on Cody's reign. It's because he doesn't have a bloodline type story. If Roman was in Cody's spot with no story and showing up weekly, I thought you was blaming me, but I've just realised you're not. I thought what you was doing was blaming me, and you was now going to conjure up a reason as to why it was my fault. Because it starts, Daze is the reason people are down on Cody's reign. I think, is it Daze, Daze, is the reason people are down on Cody's reign because he doesn't have a bloodline type story. If Roman was in Cody's spot with no story and showed up weekly, do you think the fans would feel the same? Yes, I do. I think that Cody, obviously, this was no surprise. This is no surprise to me, and I doubt it's a surprise to you, right? Stevie Wonder, right, could see that this is where things were going to go if there was no story in place for Cody after WrestleMania, right? Even Cody knew. He said, when one story ends, a better one begins, right? Because there was concern that if you finish this story, then what are you going to do after, right? There was people, Roman fans, that didn't want Cody to win, and their excuse that they were trying to conjure up, right, was, no, he can't, because once he finishes the story, what are we going to do, right? Now, my argument to that was, well, if you can't think of anything creative to do with Cody Rhodes being a champion, that's your problem, right? For me, we finish the story and we move on to the next chapter. We move on to the next phase in Cody's career, right? I was in no doubt this is the right thing to do. And I sit here now telling you it's still the right thing to do. WrestleMania 40 was amazing. Roman obviously has gone off to do films. Rock's gone off to do films. Everything built to this beautiful crescendo. Biggest WrestleMania of all time. Crazy views. Crazy amount of money generated. No doubt it was the right time to end Roman's title reign. Lovely, 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 right? Problem, though, is they didn't have a story or creative for Cody after WrestleMania. They just did a bit of a number one contenders thing. AJ won it, and so his first opponent after was AJ. Then, of course, Logan just comes walking out and just steps up to Cody and says, oh, I'm next. And that's how we got to that. And I would say now we're going back to AJ. At least this one has had a bit more of a story. So at least we're doing a little something now. But I can understand why people would be a bit down on it, right? I mean, the AJ match was amazing, though, right? So I feel like the AJ match gets a pass. I would have liked something that was a bit more compelling. I would have liked something. I don't know that you could have done anything that would have made it feel like Cody could lose the title. I mean, maybe a rematch with Roman, maybe a match with The Rock. But really, you're very limited for options as to, oh my God, I think he's going to lose the belt straight away, you know. Maybe we should have done Gunther. I don't know. Really, I think there's only a handful of people, if that you could have done a match with, that you could have gone, oh my God, are they going to take the belt off him? Maybe a heel Randy Orton. Maybe Randy should have turned heel, and, you know, we went straight into that program. But we didn't. We did the AJ thing, and the match was great. One of the best matches of the year. I think it gets a pass for that reason, but I understand that the story wasn't there. Logan, I just can't excuse. There is no excuse. That is a money grab. That is, we're going to do this for ratings. He hardly defends the title. He didn't deserve that title shot. It was just about social media views. It was just about trying to put on the biggest main event they could in regards to Saudi Arabia. We think you'll enjoy this. Here's Cody. Here's Logan. We'll smash them together, and we'll give you that as the main event. Like, for me, that's kind of inexcusable. But we got that during Roman's reign. When Roman was champion, he faced Logan, right? When Roman was champion, he also took on LA Knight in Saudi Arabia in a match where we knew LA Knight was not going to win, right? So I kind of feel like the Roman has had those moments as well. Let's not paint a picture that Roman's title reign never had those kind of matches. They absolutely did. It did. So I can't excuse it, but all I can say is if you're going to be down on it for Cody, then you better be down on it for Roman as well, yeah? Because both faced Logan in Saudi Arabia during their title reigns. So now that brings us to this next one, and this next one is AJ again. And this one's got a little more story to it. Obviously, it's the rematch. Obviously, it's the fake retirement. So there's a little more story to it. But it's just difficult, isn't it? Because the Bloodline was such a support to Roman. You know, Roman didn't even need to be on the shows, and the Bloodline were there talking and acknowledging him and putting him over, and that was such a big thing. Because even though he wasn't there, you've got all these people talking about him, revering him, putting him over, being intimidated and scared about, oh my God, we've got to sort this because if Roman comes back next week and this isn't done, heads are going to roll. And like, he's being spoken about and elevated even when he's not around. And Cody doesn't have that. He's got no support. No support. He just has to go to the ring on his own. He's got no people that are kind of building him up. He's got no one acknowledging him. He's got no one helping to make him feel cool. He just has to go out there and carry the weight of this all on his own. So again, it's something they could have thought about. It's some creative they could have put in place. What's he meant to do? What's he meant to do? I mean, you put anyone in this title run at the moment and you're going to be accused of being boring. I mean, what's he meant to do? What can he do? You know, he got told your next opponent's going to be Logan. Boom, Logan steps up, right? He got told we're going to do a tournament to find your next contender. Boom, they find AJ for him. Then you have like a week or so to like do a contract signing or whatever. We've seen them a million times. What are you going to do different at a contract signing that's going to be that engaging, right? I just sort of feel like the focus, and I've said this before, the focus isn't on Cody really at the moment. I sort of feel like the focus is where we were so reliant on the Bloodline because it was the only good thing we had going for a while. Right? Unfortunately, WWE came out of the pandemic, took a little while to get going, but one thing they got right that really carried the company for a while was the Bloodline story. Plenty of shows that we watched where Bloodline were on and they were the only good thing, right? So for me, I think Triple H has looked at that and gone, I don't want that anymore. I don't want it so that that one story is just carrying the show. We've got to find a way of using the rest of the roster, and they have to carry some of the weight. And I think that's what we've done. It doesn't mean that Cody's reign is going to be boring completely, because hopefully when we get to SummerSlam, there's going to be something juicy there for him, and there'll be a great story for him. I really hope so. I mean, it probably doesn't help that Rob Fee has been so caught up as well with Nightbird, because, you know, he's not the director of Nightbird, right? He's actually the chief director, the executive in charge of character development. That's all character development, right? Not just like this Nightbird thing, but you know this Nightbird thing is taking up his time. So I think whilst Rob Fee's kind of occupied, and whilst we're doing Nightbirds, and whilst we're bringing this group in, then, you know, we've been doing a few other bits as well. Like we did King and Queen of the Ring, we did the drafts. We've obviously got like Liv carrying some weight with that story. We got Chad carrying some weight with that story. We got Bianca and Jade as the women's tag champs. That's carrying a little bit of weight as well. you know, we've kind of got a few things that are carrying some of the weight now. It's not just about like who's got the top title anymore, like it was. But I've got to be honest, I feel sorry for Cody. I don't know what Cody could do to make this reign more exciting at the moment. It all comes down to creative. It all comes down to build up a monster heel and then have some really good segments. I mean, those segments where The Rock was whipping Cody backstage before WrestleMania, that was sick. That was awesome. But we've not even come anywhere remotely close to doing stuff like that. And I think part of it as well is that you want to save those things for your bigger shows. You don't want to do those all the time. Like, if you're going to do those moments, they should be for the build to WrestleMania. They should be for the build to SummerSlam. You're not going to do that for the build for Backlash, right? It does kind of settle down. For me, after WrestleMania, you do sort of hit the reset. And I think that shows in the draft. I mean, the draft is the big shakeup, isn't it? We move superstars around. We call up people from NXT. Really, as soon as you're done with WrestleMania, that's the end of the season. I sort of feel like people complaining that Cody or WWE is not as exciting as WrestleMania builds. It's a bit like complaining that, well, this TV show is not as good as the season finale last year. And it's like, it's not meant to be. Like, you don't have, not every episode of a TV show is a season finale. It's called a season finale because you build to it and everything kind of comes together. And it's this big, you know, cliffhanger, this big moment, big payoff, whatever it might be to close that season. And then, of course, you start the next season and you work towards that season finale. And I feel like WWE is the same. Like, WrestleMania was our season finale. And so now we've gone back to building towards our next season finale. I don't know. I think our next season finale will be WrestleMania. But, of course, you get a bit of a I don't know, mid-season finale with SummerSlam, if you will. And then, like, you know, you continue building towards, say, Survivor Series, but you don't always get much payoff at Survivor Series. But obviously, last year we got CM Punk, and we got the return of Randy, in all fairness. So we did get stuff last year. But yeah, I mean, it's so hard to compare this to WrestleMania season. I think that anyone doing that is, I can only presume, new to wrestling. Because it's never been the case that, like, what you get at WrestleMania season, you're going to be getting in June, July, and all that stuff. Still can get moments, still can get OMG moments, still, you know, any Raw or any SmackDown can provide you with moments, but for it to stay consistently at that level, what year, when did we do that? I mean, you've probably got to go back to like the Attitude Era 20 odd years ago, and even that had plenty of cringe stuff going on in it as well, right? So we're just, that's not where the business is. That's not kind of how the business works. So I feel like the title reign for Cody has been a bit flat. I don't blame him so much for it. I think it's creative's fault. I'm looking forward to SummerSlam. I wish the creative was better, and I think that a lot of the rest of the show is carrying a bit of that weight now as well. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. No way, not for 1 second do I think the wrong decision was made giving him the title. It was right to finish his story. It was right to kind of get that done, and WrestleMania 40 was the right place to do it, and they got the result. I mean, you do these things to get monster ratings and to make monster money. That's the point of doing it. And they achieved both of them at WrestleMania 40. So now the goal is, how do you make this title reign build to, you know, get you big money again? And we know The Rock will come back. I mean, listen, Cody against The Rock for the title. That's going to bang. And you can always do Cody-Roman rematch. You could do Cody-Roman at SummerSlam, and that'll bang as well. You can't tell me that Cody against Roman, an angry Roman that's been away, that's regrouped, that's recharged, that's refocused, coming back to get his championship. That's going to be big, man. And we could do that first. If the plan is that we're going to do Cody against The Rock at WrestleMania next year, then maybe Roman tries to get his belt back at SummerSlam and fails. Which, if that is the plan, let's go. because we could be looking at Drew versus CM Punk. We could be looking at Roman Cody rematch. We could be looking at Damian Gunther. Like, we could be looking at a pretty sick SummerSlam card, to be honest. It could be a really, really fun show, that. So this is what I'm saying. Like, stick with it. Stick with it. I think there's reasons as to why it's not been as captivating, but I think this one's better. I think this build with AJ is better, but I agree, still not where we would want it to be. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, said, I've lost my cat. I need $50 to get it back. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, my friends. Good luck with getting the cat. I don't know where the cat is. And I don't know why you need $50 to get it back. I can only imagine that's some kind of ransom. So whoever has got your cat, I hope they release it. There are other things that I could say there that I'm not going to say. But Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Man United Hodge, shout out to you as well, my friend. Appreciate the support. We need Omos as world champion, said Austin. Cody against Sami for the title, with Sami winning and going on a long title defense, said Kim Strains. Oh, I would love Sami to get the Money in the Bank. I don't know that that's what we're going to do. I think there's a chance that it could be Jey. Jey, I mean, if Gunther gets the title at SummerSlam and Jey's got Money in the Bank, Jey cashing in on Gunther, I could totally see. So I kind of feel like Jey feels like the front runner to me. Gunther winning the title at SummerSlam feels like it's probably going to happen as well. So yeah, it's definitely one that is an interesting one. I would love for Sami to find a way of getting there, but I'm just struggling to see how we're going to do it. John said, did we have teases before the Wyatt 6? Remember when Nikki would stand and stare, said John. I don't think so, personally. I feel like the same with Gacy down in NXT. I feel like it's hard to know when the conversation was had about doing this group. And it's hard to know like when they put this thing in place. But I feel like Nikki was floating around for a long time and she was lost for a long time. I mean, she was popping up in the background, wasn't she? With like Dexter and Candice, and she wanted a friend and she was trying to get Candice to join up with her. And I feel like her walking around and staring was like an extension of that. It was part of that. And to be honest with you, I just think that they were trying to figure out how to use her. They were trying to figure out what to do with her. And then I think this idea has come along, and who knows? I mean, maybe it's been since she's been off TV that this idea came about and she became a part of it. It would be great to find out when this was put in place. It'd be great to know when they agreed, okay, we will do this Wyatt 6 thing. I don't know is the honest answer, but I personally don't think that they were planting seeds before. I think it was probably more likely that they were trying to figure out actually what to do with her, and then they did. And once they did figure it out, they just took her off TV. Same with like Loomis. I mean, Loomis has been off TV for a long time anyway. But, you know, he's another one that's kind of acted all mysterious and everything. But I don't think he was doing anything in preparation for this. I just think as soon as they had the idea, I think he was off TV anyway. And so they grabbed him. Joe Gacy, again, down in, people have gone back and looked at his old stuff. For me personally, I don't think anything he did in NXT was teasing this. I think that they were trying to figure out how to use him. And then as soon as they went, right, we've got this group, boom, they took him off TV. So you can look at it and you might, you know, think, yeah, that feels like it connects. But what I would say is that if you're going to do something spooky, if you're going to do something a bit mysterious, something that's out of the norm, and then all of a sudden you join the Wyatt 6, it's very easy to kind of make that fit, you know. It's very easy to go, well, Joe Gacy was doing weird stuff in NXT, so perhaps he was doing stuff in preparation for this. Dexter Loomis was doing weird stuff, so perhaps he was doing stuff in preparation. Nikki Cross was walking around staring about, so perhaps she was doing stuff in preparation for this. and they could be, but I don't think they were. I think that it was a case of we were just really trying to figure something out for them, and we eventually got somewhere, and so we pulled them off TV to get them ready for next week, next Monday, maybe this Saturday as well. What is the live? You can stream Watch Wrestling. Yeah, it is Watch Wrestling if you want to watch the show. I don't know how reliable the live streams are. I've never used Watch Wrestling for that. I've always used it to catch up afterwards. But yeah, you can use Watch Wrestling to kind of... I think they do live ones on there. But I don't know how reliable watching it live is. Did you see Roxanne's backstage interview? She called CM Punk a hypocrite. What are they building, says James. I saw it, but I didn't quite understand it. I mean, he had a few words to say about, like, you know, did you see how you didn't quite get the job done? And, you know, I want you to just be the project. He was trying to give us some advice, and she ended up calling him a hypocrite. I don't know if it was just a little bit of a talking point, like Punk was there, let's get people talking, you know. Let's put over how she's not listening to him, you know. Maybe it's just you know, she thinks she knows better than CM Punk now. So maybe it was just a way of trying to get that over, that she's a spoiled brat, basically. But yeah, a bit of a weird one, to be honest. It might just be that he was backstage and we just wanted to find a way of using him, because it's hard to see what you can build to. You're clearly not going to build towards a match. So unless Punk's going to find an opponent to try and get that title off of Roxanne, maybe it could go that way. But I agree, it was a bit strange. I feel like the only one that's not a fan of AJ Lee. Yeah, that is just you. I read that as deep throat instead of dethroning, says William. Well, you would. Luke said, I think that Nikki and Loomis were on the books for Bray at the time, but it also seemed Liv Morgan was behaving unusually at the same time, as if she could be part of the faction, says Luke. She'll start dating Jungle Boy. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's where it's leading. You're absolutely right. She's gonna get in a relationship with Jungle Boy. Oh man. Next time we see her on Tuesday, she'll be in the ring with Real Glass. Let's go. Koff said Loomis kidnapped the Miz before, so he may have been the one that kidnapped the therapist. Connor said, my predictions for Clash at the Castle on Saturday are Priest, Bayley, Bianca and Jade, Sami and Cody Rhodes. GS Dub said, I've missed AJ Lee. I missed her whole career and I'm not mad about it. Lol. Alex Bisgamer said they are selling Nightbird t-shirts tonight at Raw. Good. Russell said Odyssey Jones could be the 6th member. What are you going to do when we find out that Vinnie Mac is Uncle Howdy? Says no name. I would laugh. Is it confirmed Wyatt 6 are debuting next week? No, it's not confirmed, but they have been shouting about the 17th for weeks and weeks and weeks now. I mean, they have definitely shouted about the 17th of June louder than they've teased any other date. There's been the odd little bit that's made you go, oh, I think they might be on this show. Oh, I think they might be on this show. But they've never been as loud as they've been for the 17th of June. So I can't sit here and say it's confirmed, but, you know, I will be stunned if we get there and it's just a QR code. I mean, honestly, if next Monday is just a QR code, I think there'll be a lot of people that will, I don't want to say turn on it, but they will be not pleased. Let's put it that way. I think that there's a lot of people that are expecting it to be next Monday. They're hyped for next Monday. They're excited for next Monday. And I think there would be a lot of disappointment if it turned out to not be next Monday. Kian said, Daze, hope you are well. Hope you're having a good stream. How was your day? What do you think about Battlegrounds? I did enjoy the Nightbird video, and I can't wait for Raw. Yeah, I thought it was a good Nightbird video on... Was it Friday night we did it? Yeah, Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good one, actually. So, we haven't so good. I've not needed or felt the need to do another one over the weekend. We could have found a way of doing one, but obviously a bit more of a challenge considering what's gone on with X over the weekend for me. But, Battleground I thought was good. I probably settled on about a 7. I think that, unfortunately, Ethan Page match didn't deliver. And I say that's unfortunate because I've been very honest in saying I don't watch TNA. I never watched Ethan Page. There was a lot of excitement for him coming in. I was interested to see what he was going to do. I thought his promos were good in the builds, but that match didn't deliver. That match was the second worst match of the night. And there was a lot of disappointment. I saw Dave Meltzer saying that it was not a pay-per-view match. He said that it certainly wasn't the main event of a pay-per-view match. And I know that people like to hate on Dave, but I agree. I don't think it was a pay-per-view worthy match or a match worthy of certainly not headlining an NXT pay-per-view. So I think that's a missed opportunity. Let's put it that way. It's a missed opportunity, and it feels like something went wrong, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if there was like a time normally you get a good chunk of time. It really felt like they were putting in a bit of foundation work, and then it just ended. It's kind of like we didn't get to all the super dramatic close pinfalls, quickening of the pace. It was like normally you'd go say 20 minutes for the main event. This one went like 10 or 12, and it just ended. It was very strange. So, unfortunately, I think that brought down a lot of people's scores. I think as well, there was a couple of other moments, like the end of the women's title match. People weren't really that keen on Tatum stealing the TNA title, and then Dana Brooke coming out, Ash by Elegance, to stop her. I mean, I think that was designed to protect Jordynne, because Jordynne got distracted by that, and then after that she ended up losing. So I think it was a way of kind of bringing an old face back onto the show, someone that the NXT fans would know, Dana, but they didn't care, and to kind of protect Jordynne Grace. But I just don't think it was needed. I think it would have been better had you have not done that at all, and we just had like a clean finish. But the women's ladder match was excellent. I think the NXT Underground kind of looked like it had a few gaps in it, in the sense of if you watch UFC in particular, I think you can see some of that ground and pound, and you can see some like rear naked chokes and they're not putting the body lock on, and just little things. It's kind of like in MMA, if you put a rear naked choke on and it's on the chin, then people can survive that. Because if it's on the chin, it's pressing here, right? It's not actually pressing the windpipe, it's doing the chin. So you quite often see people putting the arm around and doing a rear naked choke on the chin, right? But when it gets onto the actual throat, it's very hard to survive that. Once this is being, once that's being squeezed, you ain't gonna be getting out of that easily, right? And we saw people getting into rear naked chokes about 4 or 5 times, and they were on. It was locked in, and it was like across the windpipe, and they were finding ways out of it. And I think if you're a wrestling fan, you probably wouldn't even think twice about that. If you're an MMA fan, I think you would look at it and go, yeah, nah. And I am quite surprised that, both of them are MMA fighters. So you would think that Shayna and Lola would know that. And you'd think that they would put it on the chin. And you'd think that, like, the commentators would be told a couple of things like that to point out. Like, it's on the chin. It's not fully locked in at the moment. The commentators seemed like they didn't have much MMA knowledge. We wasn't really getting that kind of commentating for that match, And I thought the way that it was put together was a little strange as a result of like those examples. The ground and pounds. I mean, there was a moment where I think Shayna fully mounted Lola, or Lola fully mounted Shayna, and the shots were like, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's like, again, if you watch MMA, you'd look at that and you're like, yeah, no. So I really think they struggle with this NXT Underground presentation because I said, I mean, maybe you could hide some of that with blood. Like, maybe if you're going to have that kind of a thing and you're going to have that kind of a thing, maybe you can get away with it if they're like, if there's blood and like, you know, like that could kind of distract, if you will, or kind of add to the moment in some way. But, yeah, for me, that was a bit of a missed opportunity again. So I feel like the North American title men's triple threat was better than I thought. I feel like, but it was still, you know, fine. I feel like the women's ladder match was excellent. Really enjoyed that. The Roxanne match was fantastic, but the ending sort of took the score down. And the main event didn't live up to expectation. Crowd was a little flat, not the kind of red hot crowd we were hoping for. So it had problems. So I think that it is very fair to give it a 7. I enjoyed it. I was not bored at any point. Even the bits that I've kind of pointed out and gone, yeah, that kind of let it down for me. That kind of let it down for me. Even those bits are bits which, you know, it was still fine and enjoyable to watch. I wasn't sat here like complaining and moaning and crying and all that stuff. I was watching it and I was, you know, enjoying it for what it was. But you could see through bits. There were bits where you're like, yeah, I wish that was tighter. I wish this felt like, you know, a bit more violent. I wish this felt a bit more realistic. And, you know, as we said, main event needed to just be a different match, really. Needed longer for as a starting point. And then I heard today a lot of the wrestlers were not happy with how tight around the ring was. I don't think that played into anything, but apparently a lot of wrestlers weren't pleased with the lack of room that was actually around the ringside area. So that was a report that I saw. So I would give it about a 7. I actually don't know. I haven't looked to see what people have scored it. But that was up on the second channel. So we will get to that. I will have a little look at that later. If you want to have a look, you can go over to Wrestling Daze clips. All the Raws, SmackDowns, NXTs, premium live events, NXT Battleground. They're all over there, and you can see all of the scores as to what all the shows have scored. They're all in the same place on that second channel. So I haven't seen that myself, but I would guess that it might come out as like a low-end great. High-end good, low-end great. I don't think it will come out as a high-end great. And it certainly won't be an all-time. So I'd imagine great might just get it. But it's probably going to be a low-end great. So, yeah, that was my thoughts on NXT Battlegrounds. I was going to do a review on it, but I ended up doing that Nightbird video instead because I thought people might enjoy that, and I didn't want to do the review and the Nightbird video, put 2 videos up, so I just did the Nightbird video instead. But yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was, and I think the Apex is a good venue. I love the fact it had a different feel. I prefer it to an arena. I understand that, like, we need to go back to arenas for Stand and Deliver and other shows. But I think for a one-off, you know, if this thing was just going to be in the Performance Center, because I don't know that this was going to be in an arena. Where was last year's Battleground? I don't know. But if this was just going to be in the Performance Center, then why not go to Las Vegas and go to this Apex? Because it was somewhat different, and I enjoyed that. I enjoyed going somewhere different. And it's weird for us as well, because we watch UFC, and we've seen shows in that Apex. So to actually see a wrestling show in the Apex was a bit trippy. It was a bit weird for us, but in a good way. And I think it would have been nice if we'd had some more TNA stars. I did see a lot of people saying they were disappointed they didn't get Joe Hendry, who is very popular at the moment. So, you know, that does seem a bit of a missed opportunity as well, that he could have at least been in the crowds and waved. And I think that would have done very well on social media. So that felt like they kind of missed a bit of an opportunity there as well. But it was what it was. It was perfectly acceptable. And I got some up from it, and I don't regret watching it. I just don't know that it quite lived up to the lofty expectations for everybody, but I think it probably just about did enough for me. Probably just about did enough. It certainly didn't exceed expectations, but I think it just about got there. Wrestle Andy said, do we think we'll get more matches announced for Clash? I don't think so, just because, I mean, he tends to like to have 5 or 6, doesn't he? And I don't know how many have been announced, but it feels like it is around that sort of number. 5. Might get one more. So, Damian Priest against Drew McIntyre, Bayley against Piper Niven, Sami against Chad, Cody against AJ, Bianca and Jade against Alba and Isla, and Shayna and Zoe. I reckon you could get one more added to that. We've been doing like 6, and so we're at 5. If we are going to get one more, what do you think it'll be? Who's feuding at the moment? I mean, could it be, I don't know, Carrion, New Day, Authors of Pain? Could it be something there? Could it be Johnny? Could it be DIY? Could it be something to do with the tag teams? Awesome Truth on the cards. Could it be something to do with them? I don't think it'll be Logan. Trying to think who else is a champion, who else has got a belt. Liv's not defending it, but I think she would have been added already, unless she's going to get like added tonight. I feel like it's one more, but I couldn't tell you as to what the match is going to be. That's an interesting one. If we think we get one more match, what do you think it'll be? I did see there was some super chats, so I need to just jump to those. Got half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. We've been live for an hour and a half. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, and I hope you are well. Delwyn Jones said Jordynne Grace is S tier. I agree. She was excellent. She was absolutely brilliant. So Jordynne Grace is S tier. Rhea Ripley level, who WWE should sign for when her contract expires, which I believe is next year. I would pay her whatever she wants in the next year or two. I don't care how much she is. She is a big star. If you was Triple H, would you get her? Yes, I mean, I wouldn't go crazy in the sense of if you pay a load of money, you then run the risk of breaking your pay structure. You know, I think it's very important that you keep that balance because, you know, look at the Mercedes deal. I think the Mercedes deal has caused a lot of upset in the industry because I feel like Mercedes has got this big, you know, biggest contract ever, and that's for the second biggest company. Like, it's not for WWE. So, you know, you could understand the women looking at that going, hang on, this is the biggest company that's making the most money, yet we don't have the biggest female contract. You're telling me that she's left and she's getting more money than I am. Like, that is going to have caused some disruption, I've no doubt. And I'm sure the same if MJF's new contract is true as well. You know, those are numbers that could disrupt a pay structure. So I think you have to kind of keep this in mind, because if you increase the number for one person, you've got to then think about when you're negotiating with everybody else. So I would not break the bank, if you will, but I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to break the bank. I think what you do is you show her what the WWE can offer, which is what no one else can offer. The, you know, the boost to her brand, the opportunities that will be open to her as a result. And you give her a very fair offer, something that's in line with the other women. And you take it from there. I mean, if she's going to turn around and be difficult, I mean, Triple H said, look, I don't want anyone that's not here for the love of wanting to be here. Triple H said, if you are just chasing money, then you weren't the right person for this place anyway. Which was, I thought, a very interesting statement he made at WWE World, I think it was, just before WrestleMania. And that obviously got Will Ospreay upset because he took that as a personal shot at him. That he'd just signed and went there and, you know, basically went there for the money. And, you know, Ospreay kind of fired back saying that's not true. You know, the schedule works better for me coming here and all that kind of stuff. And I think, didn't Triple H say about the schedule as well? Like, if you're not willing to do the grind. So I sort of feel like you shouldn't have to break the bank if you're WWE to sign someone like Jordynne Grace. Definitely we want her. Definitely we're bringing her in. Definitely we're making her feel comfortable. We've already used her at the Rumble. We've used her at NXT. She's going to have met a load of people. She's obviously met Shawn Michaels backstage. She will have met Triple H. I'm sure they've been absolutely lovely to her. I mean, they are wooing her, aren't they? They are doing anything and everything they can to be like, come and join us, Jordynne. Hey, you'll like it over here, Jordynne. Come and join us over here. You remember Sue from the makeup department? You remember John from catering, don't you? Like, you remember these people. You had a lovely time chatting with them. They'd love to come and go over here for a bit. Why don't you just spend like a few years with us, see how you feel, and then if things are good, then we can obviously go back and talk again and sort your contract out and get you, like, you know, maybe main event in a WrestleMania. I don't know. So I kind of feel like we're doing a lot to try and bring her in, but yeah, I would just be nervous about saying, oh yeah, we go all out, we break the bank, because I think the truth is that you've got to be very careful with the wages, because I think already AEW is putting a lot of pressure on that pay structure. So they'll know what they're doing, you know. There's some pretty smart cookies that are working backstage at WWE that'll know what they're doing. I feel like we'll get her. I don't know what it'll take, but I feel like we will get her. But I don't think her contract's up till 2025. But I did read that there could be the option to get her on loan. So basically her contract, we could buy her contract out, or we could just keep bringing her over. Just be like, oh, we've got loads of stuff. We'll keep using them. We'll keep promoting TNA. So it works for you guys, and we'll keep using her. You know, maybe even WWE pays her wage or something, you know. We'll pay the wage, and we'll keep using her, on NXT and whatever, and we'll keep showing TNA, and we'll keep promoting TNA, because obviously we're taking her away from TNA, and we'll be willing to do that until her contract expires, and then, you know, we'd love to have a conversation with her about bringing her in permanently. So, you know, we could do that, or we could buy out the contract, or we could just let her go back to TNA and wait. But I've no doubt we've done some schmoozing. I've no doubt about that. I know schmoozing when I see it. Wrestling Russ said, it feels like creative is at a standstill. Maybe it's just me, but I thought creative was going to go nuts after WrestleMania. By the way, I had a blast at SmackDown on Friday night. I'm glad you did, bud. Pretty fun show, actually. I thought it was a decent offering from WWE, SmackDown on Friday. I don't know. I think that there was a lot of hype and a lot of promise before WrestleMania. I think there was a lot of hope that the Attitude Era was back, and that swearing was back, and PG Era was gone. And I think there was a lot of getting carried away, to be honest. And I think reality is kind of bit back now. I think they built WrestleMania fantastic. I think that The Rock clearly didn't care what he said. And, you know, that created conversation, the whole Cody story. Everything just felt like you had to watch it, because, I mean, The Rock was going to main event WrestleMania, and then Cody comes in, and, you know, the We Want Cody thing taking over Twitter for the weekend, where other sports noticed. I mean, it was a very short-lived Daniel Bryan moment, right? It was kind of that We Want Cody weekend was like the Yes movement, right? But it lived for a few weeks and got us to WrestleMania. But that was kind of like what the Yes movement was like back in 2014. So it was brilliant to kind of have a taste of that again and experience that again. And Yeah, I can understand why people thought things were going to go bonkers. I just think things are really tight. I feel like there's a lot of stories that are happening, and I feel like you watch the shows, and you know, I never see people complain in the sense of that was garbage. It's always like, no, I enjoyed that. It never seems to blow people's minds, but right now it seems to be solid. It's just solid. It's a solid offering. Like, you get a few good matches, although not for a while, actually. Match quality seems to have dipped since King and Queen of the Ring. But storylines, I mean, the whole Liv Dominic thing has definitely grabbed people's attention. I think the Chad Otis thing has definitely been appreciated by people. We spoke about the Cody situation earlier. And obviously, I mean, Nightbird, that's been the big dominant thing for our community. But, you know, outside of Nightbird, there's still plenty of other things to talk about. And there's still plenty of other storylines. And, you know, Jade and Bianca, I mean, you kind of take it for granted now that we see Jade in the ring on the regular basis. We do see Jade quite often in the ring. So we're kind of continuing to build her up kind of in the background, really, where she's competing on a regular basis now, doing house shows and working with Bianca, learning. I mean, Bianca's there as a mentor to kind of fast track her and get her to where she needs to be, because we haven't gone the route of putting her in NXT. We've put her straight on the main roster, and I think we've done the right thing of putting her in a tag team. So it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, I feel like that's the right thing to do for Jade, and I feel like the Chad Otis story has been good and has been the right thing to do for them. And I feel like the Liv Dominic thing has been well received, so that feels like the right thing to do. And the Nightbird thing has been the right thing to do. I think King and Queen of the Ring is one of the best tournaments I've seen, so I feel like that was the right thing to do. So it's kind of, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard because I think they've done a lot of good stuff since WrestleMania. I think they've done a lot of stuff that I think was the right thing to do. Certainly there's stuff you would change. And certainly there's stuff that you'd be like, yeah, I wasn't keen on that. I'd have changed that. Or I think this should go, you know, in a different direction. But I mean, it didn't go bonkers. You know, it wasn't, we couldn't sustain that pre-WrestleMania stuff till after WrestleMania. But then I wasn't quite expecting that, to be honest. I was thinking that come SummerSlam, we'll heat it up again. We'll really turn up these feuds. You know, we'll get the home attacks and we'll get those dramatic moments like The Rock and Cody outside. I mean, that to me was the moment. That's I think the biggest moment of the year for me is The Rock and Cody outside in the rain. Outside, of course, of Cody winning the title. But that segment feels like the segment. Now that there's been a bit of time, that feels like the blueprint to me. That feels like the segment. I mean, on that same show, we had the CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins verbal exchange, which was incredible. But I just think the visual of, you know, I mean, some of the stuff that The Rock was saying was incredible. And I kind of feel like the visual of the rain and Cody being whipped puts that bit over. So hopefully we get back to all of that sort of stuff as we build towards SummerSlam. But I think it would be unfair to say that it's like been bad or anything. I think you can point to stuff and go, no, yeah, that has been good. That was worth doing. I think the draft was a misstep. I don't think the draft was very exciting at all. I think the draft fell very flat. So I think that was a stumble. I think we should have had something better for Cody, personally. So I think that was a stumble. So there's definitely stumbles. There's definitely issues. But you do have to remember as well, we've not had Seth. We've not had CM Punk return. And we did wonder if he would come back after WrestleMania. He hasn't. Not yet. So we haven't had Seth. We haven't had CM Punk. Obviously, Roman left, which is a massive loss. Obviously, The Rock left, which was a massive loss. Because he was actually quite regular, wasn't he, before WrestleMania? And then he obviously went again after. So, I mean, you have had some massive names. I mean, you know, that have been out, that have not been available. So it's kind of one of those, and obviously still no Charlotte. I mean, I know Charlotte's not a massive game changer, but that's still a big name that can be involved in a big story. So it's, you know, they've had to deal with that as well. I mean, maybe things would have been a bit different. I feel they would have if Punk was around. If Punk was around, I'm sure things would have been a bit more exciting, but I think it's been okay. I mean, I really do try to not just be a WWE fanboy, because I do love WWE, but I like to think that I call it as I see it, and I'm not just one of those annoying people that says everything WWE does is amazing, right? I mean, I just scored NXT like a 7, and I was very clear as to why I didn't think it knocked it out the park and what I thought was wrong with it, right? And so I think I'm pretty good at being honest and calling things as I see them and not just being a fanboy for the sake of being a fanboy. But I feel like they've done some good stuff. I think there's some stuff I would have changed as well. But yeah, I don't know if conversations about creative being a bit disappointing will ever go away. I don't know if creative's ever been perfect. I don't know if it'll ever be perfect. But it's just about getting as close as we can to perfect, to be honest. And hopefully we can do that as we get closer to SummerSlam. Isaac said, what's up, Daze? Do we think the next QR code will be tonight? Yes, but I do. Personally, I think we get some kind of big reveal. Okay, what, tonight? Well, I would definitely be excited by that if that's what we get. Jack Herring said, match will be added, could be Liv versus Lyra or LA Knight versus Logan. Also, I've got 2 spare tickets for sale for Clash and SmackDown if anyone is interested. Oh, there we go. Jack is a ticket tout now. So Jack's going to be outside the stream with t-shirts on the floor for anyone that wants to buy bootleg t-shirts after the stream is over. Jack will be there with his bum bag on. T-shirts, 15 quid, not bad. About 25 for the official ones, 15 if you get it from Jack. So I don't know how much the tickets are for. They're expensive anyway. But yeah, if anyone's interested, hit Jack up. But Liv Lyra would be good. The only thing is, I mean, I couldn't see Lyra winning the title, so it'd be another one where you're like, you know, okay. I mean, you've got to have them matches, haven't you? She's got to defend against people. Just because it's going to be a bit obvious who wins, you can't really stop you from having the match. But I don't know. It'd be a good match. It would be worth it because it would be a good match, but it would be nice to have a match where you don't quite know who's going to get the win. I think of those options, I would rather LA Knight Logan, because I really think LA Knight beats Logan. But I would just have a doubt that they would do it in Scotland. No disrespect to Scotland, even though I do like to have fun and disrespect Scotland on the regular basis. I think that feels like it's a title change at SummerSlam. I don't know that they would do it at Scotland, but if I had to choose between those two, even though Liv Lyra I think would be a really good match, I would take LA Knight Logan because I think that's harder to call. And HPN said, as an NXT fan, I hate Triple H. Whoa, that's unexpected. His booking of Ilya and Braun has been horrendous. This feud is going to ruin one of them, and it's probably Ilya. Yet he pushes boring, bland, generic creator wrestlers in Damian Priest, Karrion Kross, and Bronson Reed. Wow. HPN coming in and not mixing your words. Love it. Love it. Big, bold opinions. That's all we ask for. I always say, honest opinions. Whatever your honest opinion is, I will read it and I will enjoy reading it, because if it's coming from an honest place, then that's what we want. So I mean, look, I don't hate Triple H. I don't hate his booking. I think having gone through Vince's recent booking, I think that this has been a breath of fresh air, but I do agree his booking is far from perfect, and I think even he would agree to that. But it's, I think, good enough, right? I think it's good enough. It's one of those where if Triple H was the manager of your football team, I don't think you'd look to change him. I could understand a few fans having a few little grumbles. Like, maybe you haven't won the league, you finished second, but you might have won, like, a cup or something like that. You might have won the Carabao Cup and you finished second in the league, and you're like, okay, well, that's all right. We do need a bit better but next year, but that's all right. I'll take that. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't feel like he kills it all the time, because, you know, you can point to like the Austin Theory cash in for Money in the Bank when he cashed in on a mid-card title and failed, right? Which was just atrocious. Or you can point to Liv Morgan's first title run, which was right at the start of when Triple H took over the booking and had that horrible moment where she tapped and she was in the match with Ronda, and then the crowd were chanting, "You tapped at Liv," right? And it really hurt her title reign. So you can kind of point to that. And, you know, there's, as you said, this feud, which feels a bit strange that you would have Ilya and Braun kind of in a feud like this, because they're both big stars, massive potential. You're kind of colliding them together now when you need to be building both of them up. I mean, another one that I would say was Jey going over Ilya. That seemed to upset a few people during King of the Ring. Now, I understand there's a lot of people that were fine with Jey going over Ilya. And what I would say is, I wanted Ilya, but I was also fine with Jey going over. It's just how he did it I didn't like. Because, as I said at the time, Jey got up, walked out the ring, cut a promo backstage. And the promo he cut after the show, he was absolutely fine. Everything was fine. He was just like, you know, that mad dragon, he brought it, but, you know, I had to kind of deal with his fire because this is, I think he called it Mon Jey Night Raw, right? And he was just like, he was cracking jokes. I mean, he's just been in a fight with Ilya Dragunov. So if you are going to put Jey Uso over Ilya Dragunov, then it should be that Jey Uso has to be flipping stretchered out. And he's not doing Mon Jey Night Raw jokes backstage. Like, he ain't being interviewed, right? And when you see him next, he's bandaged up and it was brutal, right? It should take everything to get past Ilya Dragunov. Everything to get past him. So I'm an Ilya Dragunov fan. I wanted him to beat Jey. He didn't. No problem. Jey's massively over, and, you know, now's the time to get behind Jey. That's absolutely fine. I really, really don't have any complaints on that. But it was the way that it went down. It just felt like it was a decent match, but it didn't feel like it took everything from Jey to put Ilya away, and that bugged me. That bugged me. So I looked at that match and I was like, I don't like this. I don't like the look of this. So that would be one that I would say felt a bit off for Ilya. And now, as you've said, he's put him in a feud with Braun, and both guys need wins. Now, it could be that it's a double count out. It could be it's a double DQ. It could be that someone interferes. It could be that Triple H has got a plan. But I do agree this feels a bit strange. It does feel a bit strange to kind of do this when you've got so many other options. There's so many other things that you could be doing. This does feel a bit strange to go with doing this. So, yeah, I don't disagree, is my honest answer. I don't disagree. I think that Triple H doesn't get everything right. I don't know that any booker would get everything right. I think he gets enough right whereby, you know, the consensus is really pleased with him. But this is one that's, I think, got a few people scratching their heads, to be honest. So love it. HPN, honest opinion, honest feedback. It is very appreciated. LS Dub said, Jey going over Ilya still upsets me. I do understand saving Gunther Ilya for a pay-per-view, but doing it to set up a rematch in Berlin was the right one, in my opinion. Jey is corny and he's over manufactured. Yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Because I sort of feel like I can totally see where you're coming from, where, you know, they've given him the arm thing, and we saw that get introduced and we knew what they were trying to do. But it's a bit of fun and it's worked and people love it. And then the French fans added the camera phones, right? Personally, I don't mind them being called the Yeet Lights. I know a lot of people refer to them as Fireflies. I sort of feel like the Firefly one is where you just hold it, kind of sway it a little bit like this. If you're doing that, I feel like that's something different, right? I don't feel like that's a disrespect to Bray. I feel like it's different. So for me, I really don't mind this being known as like the Yeet Lights, but I feel like the consensus is that it will still be referred to as Fireflies, right? I don't know. If they do change it to Yeet Lights, it won't be something that offends me. Let's put it that way, because I do feel like it's a different movement. But in regards to like that's been added and they've kept that now. And I kind of feel like the Yeet thing can get a bit overdone, right? But then it's a catchphrase. I mean, everyone's catchphrase gets a bit overdone, in all fairness. I think the biggest thing with Jey for me is that entrance is big, connection with the crowd is there. He's a cool guy. Kind of, I like him as a guy. I mean, I think when you look at Jey, you're like, oh, go on, mate. I kind of feel that towards him. I kind of feel that sort of, yeah, go on. Go on. I hope you win. I mean, not when he's in there with Elia, but a lot of the time I think, go on, I hope, get you win, mate. But it's just the bell rings. The bell rings, and then as a tag team wrestler, he's amazing. As a solo star, it's lacking. As a solo star, I mean, I can't shake that match with Jimmy at WrestleMania. WrestleMania is it's so important. So important. A lot of wrestlers' matches, you judge them by their WrestleMania appearances. You know, we talk about Shawn Undertaker at 25. We talk about Bret Austin at 13. We talk about Hogan Andre. We talk about flipping Cena Rock 28, 29. We talk about Daniel Bryan and WrestleMania. We talk about Cody finishing the story. Like, the WrestleMania matches, if you're a WWE fan and you're new to WWE, watch WrestleManias, right? Try and remember and try and like be able to recall as much as you can from them. It's not an easy thing because obviously a lot of those lower down matches can be quite easy to forget, yeah? But main events and bigger matches, title matches, all that kind of stuff, try and recall as much as you can. And I would say that's an excellent starting point to just kind of learn a bit of the history of WWE. I mean, obviously, then you can move to Rumbles, SummerSlams, and other pay-per-views, and then you can start digging into Raws and SmackDowns. And if anyone was joining WWE fandom, that's how I would say go about it, because the amount of content is very overwhelming. Where do I start? I would say if you want to go back to WrestleMania 1, just hit all the WrestleManias from 1 to 40, and that will give you at least a structure, a basis to understand kind of where we've been. And there's some really great video packages that will kind of fill in gaps and whatever. So that's how I did it. I was finding a lot of WrestleMania tapes when I was a kid, and I was able to go back and, you know, go about it that way. So Jimmy at WrestleMania is a massive deal. It's not just another match. It is the match, and it was at WrestleMania 40. I cannot understand how they got that so wrong. Cannot understand. That's the kind of match it's hard to shake that off. It's hard to shake that perception off. My perception of Jey is he struggles as a solo star in the ring. Because I think I saw him against Damian, was it, at Backlash after in PLE. And even that was fine, but not amazing. It was all right. But it was better. But it was, you know, it was not good enough to be a world title match, in my opinion. So that's my issue with Jey, is that the bell rings. The bell rings. I mean, even his match with Roman at SummerSlam had a lot of bells and whistles. A lot of bells and whistles. And I don't think that Tribal Chief match is that fondly remembered. So I feel like that he needs to find a way of just having a few bangers. He needs to find a way of... His match with Elia was very good. Match with Elia was very, very good. But it's an Elia match. I don't know that I've ever seen a bad Elia match. So that's my concern with Jey. So yeah, the cheesiness, that's an interesting one. The cheesiness is an interesting one. I totally see your point. I totally see where you're coming from. I think my bigger concern is, as I said, when that bell rings, maybe that's a bit unfair. Perhaps he's put on some great matches and people are like, well, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? What about this one? But I can only tell you kind of what I've seen and what has resonated. And his match with Ilya was excellent. His matches with Gunther were absolutely acceptable as well and absolutely, you know, delivered. But I think the misses are just much bigger in profile. You know, if he'd have been missing on Raw but hitting on the premium live events, I think this is a different conversation. But to miss on the premium live events and have a few hits on Raw, it's the wrong way round. Do you know what I mean? Like, miss on Raw but hit on the PLEs. So that's what we need. We need some Jey Uso matches that really bang on the PLEs. Get a few of them stringed together, and I think we'll be in a better place. But I could really see him getting that Money in the Bank. I think if you're someone that doesn't really feel Jey, I like him. I'm on board with him. It might sound like I'm not. I'm just telling you my concerns with him. But I like him, and I hope, you know, if he wins Money in the Bank, fine. I would rather Sami. But if it is Jey, fine. No problem. He is super over. And I think it'd be good to see a couple of banging singles matches out of him, though, on PLEs. On PLEs. Get them, and then I think we're in a better place. But we're in a better place anyway. Do you know why? Because it's almost time for Raw. And we're about to get going. Right. Now, we need to keep our eyes peeled because we got... The QR code was quite early last week. That's what she said. Gotta get this out the way before the QR codes. That's what she said. That's what she said. Shout out to you, my friends. Guys, just remember, if you are going to tag me and stuff tonight, which I hope you do... just don't be surprised if I can't like a load of stuff because my account is limited at the moment. I've been told off by X. Okay, we are in Toledo. So we're in Toledo and there is Braun Breaker. He takes on Ilya Dragunov tonight. Pushes a dude out the way. There is the Mad Dragon. I mean, what I will say is this match is gonna bang. It's gonna absolutely bang. There's Dusty in the background. There's Damage Control. We've got the power. We got the pain. We got the rage inside the cage. So, Io Dakota. Io against Lyra. But, Lyra looks a bit strange when she's not got, like, all her eye makeup and everything on. Looks a bit different, doesn't she? What are we starting with? We're starting with Drew. Starting with Drew. Drew McIntyre. Big week for this young man. Toledo is packed tonight, said Kian. Ilya Braun should bang, said Mitchell. Hawk said, I hope Ricochet doesn't leave, but if he does, he could put on some classics in New Japan and AEW. EA UFC CAF creator says Drew. Erasure Mind said underboobs. There was underboobs, actually. You're right. With Lyra. You're right. I mean, I don't want to say I noticed, but I didn't not notice. I mean, I don't want to come across like a perv, but let's just say it did not go unnoticed. Here's Drew. It feels like a different entrance way tonight. Anyone else getting that vibe? Callum says perv. Yeah, that was Erase Your Mind that I think said that. So Erase Your Minds getting called out by the community. So Drew is in the corner. Outdoor Beast said more underboobs. Hazardous Warfare said everyone noticed. Well, I enjoyed it so much that when the QR code hits and you lot are investigating it during the commercial break, I'm just going to go back and rewatch Lyra arriving tonight. I might even have that clip played at my funeral. So last week, Drew was chucking Judgment Day around for lols. So Drew in the ring. He was talking about Roxanne actually earlier about how she'd called CM Punk a hypocrite. She was like, look, even people that grew up as Punk fans know he's a hypocrite now. Okay, CM Punk chants. Is there a Prime bottle in the ring? There was on Friday. CM Punk chants. No. In 5 days. I hope you're ready for a new world champion. Days, apparently someone is leaving Raw in an ambulance. Maybe Ricochet, says James. Maybe Ricochet. Yeah. So Drew looking straight down the hard cam. Priest. I don't give a damn. Here's Damian. Well, that didn't take long, did it? So Damian interferes. Damian making his way down to the ring. So basically we brought Drew out. We had some CM Punk chants. Now we've got Finn, Damian, and JD. No dirty Dom. I wonder if Dom will sneak attack or if he's currently in the ladies' locker room. Wonder where Dirty Dom is. Days, Tamatonga Tongaloa's brother Hikuleo is reportedly finished up with New Japan, says Gaming Clan. Thank you. If you say his name, then he appears. Danny Barnhouse with the Days emojis. Love it. In 5 days, Priest retains, says Badger Brick. Stop now. You're gonna get smacked if not, says in British accent, says whatever. I just have to read it. Last week you said I made this personal. You know, Drew, you just made this personal right now. You're telling the people I need Judgment Day to be champion? It's not the Judgment Day's world title. I was just looking at Finn then to see how he reacted to that comment. There are what chants? I don't need Judgment Day or anyone. I'm champ because I'm Damian Priest. Finn Balor's giving nothing away. So Damian said, I don't need Judgment Day. Finn just stays dialed in, to be honest. I would have liked Finn to have been a bit like... Drew said, I don't give a damn what you've got to say. The only chance you've got are these idiots right here. How about tonight? You go one-on-one with Finn. There's the look I was looking for. How about tonight you go one-on-one with Finn? Okay. So we've got a stipulation. If Drew wins, no Judgment Day at ringside. If Finn wins, then Judgment Day will be at ringside. So Drew said, okay. Not sure about that stipulation. I think we could have had something better. I think we could have had something better. If, I don't know what I would have done. If you win, Judgment Day are banned from ringside. If Damian wins, I don't know what he could have had. It's just weird, isn't it? Damian doesn't want Judgment Day to get involved in his matches. So it's just a bit weird. If Finn wins, then Judgment Day gets to be at ring. So it's just a weird thing. Not a bad open. It's similar to the promos they've cut recently. Not much to differentiate. Kind of generic, said Alistair. Judgment Day won't help Priest win, but Punk will, said Austin. Here's Liv cuddling up to Dominic last week. Finn coming in and driving Liv away. You should have said, go back to Hooters, you drug lord. That's what I would have said. Mitchell said, are they trying to make Drew face for Clash? Well, I think he will be face for Clash. I don't know if they're trying to make him face. I'm not actually. I don't know if they're trying to make him face for Clash, but he will be face for Clash. Oh, there's Dom. Oh, there's Liv. Oh, my God. She's got all the legs. I'd like to see you again. What is that? I don't think you should be with a girl that makes you call her mommy. Why? That's fun. You should be with a girl that's not afraid to call you daddy. Oh, that's fun as well, actually. Oh, there's a lot of fun things going around at the moment. Don't be with a girl that makes you call her mommy. That was a good line, wasn't it? That was a good line. Be with a girl that calls you daddy. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just writing that down in my journal for advice. I thought that was really good life advice from Liv Morgan there. So I'm just jotting that down. Dear diary, that's what I'm doing. Calls you daddy. Okay, got that. Lovely. Right, Daddy Dom, said Mitchell. Daddy Dom. Daddy Dom. I mean, in all fairness, I'm pretty sure if a girl does come up to you and calls you daddy, there's a lot of guys that are going to freak out thinking that they've got a kid that they didn't even know they had, and now they're going to have to pay money that they didn't know they were going to have to pay, and all of a sudden you're starting to go down some roads that we don't want to go down, to be honest. You know what I mean? All of a sudden it stops being fun. You're like, what do you mean, daddy? You mean I've got to pay child support? Like, hang on, it wasn't me. Hang on, we did it once, right? We did it once. And I'm fairly certain that we were fully protected. I mean, I don't think I've got to pay anything, thank you. Where's my lawyer? Where's my lawyer? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't work as well. Calling the girl mommy, there's not really... Like, we're in control of that. Yeah, we know what we mean. But if a girl starts going, hey, daddy, you'd be like, whoa, hang on. That's my money. You leave it alone. That kid's gonna have to fend for itself. It's just you know, it's scarier for guys. That's all I'm saying. It might come across as cute, but it's got a very different tone to it. HPN said Priest as champion feels like Triple H fantasy booking X-Pac as world champion. It's just I don't know. We didn't build him, did we? I mean, he had that Money in the Bank briefcase and he was a member of Judgment Day, and we sort of looked at him going, could he? Will he? Won't he? What's happening? And we just didn't really build him as like a legitimate threat. And then really, he's won it and cashed it in as a way of furthering the Drew CM Punk storyline, hasn't he? If we're going to be honest. So he's kind of got this title reign at the moment, but I don't know that it's really because we're desperate for him to be champ. I think it's more that we're trying to build Drew and Punk. And I'm pretty sure he'll lose it to Gunther. So... yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. I do agree. I didn't think his cash-in would be successful, but, well, here we are. It was. Daze, I am lying here with Alexa Bliss, Maurice, Stacy Keibler, Lacey Evans. They are giving me a full body massage. Well, just be careful, mate. Just be careful. Think about what Liv Morgan just said, yeah? I mean, that's a lot of women. There's a lot of babies that could be popping out in 9 months' time. Just be careful. Stone Steve said it's crazy. Dom is really living it up. He's living his best life. And I think any jokes that we crack during the stream are literally only there because I am jealous of the life that Dom has compared to the life I'm sat here talking to you. Whereas he's got Rhea Ripley's mobile phone number. He's got Liv Morgan desperately trying to give out her phone number. And even if they are just using him, I mean, come on. It's still, do you know what I mean? Use away. Oh, use away. No problem. Where I don't see the downside. Even if Liv turns around and goes, you think I really liked you? I'd be like, I'm not bothered. I don't give a flip. I had a great time. Oh my god, the month that we spent together, I'll never forget it. But it was all a lie. Yeah, I don't care. It does not faze me in the slightest. I've still got the memories, and to me it was real. So it's only, it just comes from a place of jealousy, really. D-Mac said, Liv and Street Profits stable, they all want the smoke. Oh god, she should get with the Street Profits. She's probably been supplying the Street Profits, to be honest. She's probably their main dealer. So it's a good point. It's a good point. Where are they getting the smoke from? We've never asked that question. Okay, we're back from commercial break. I have not seen a QR code, and I feel like I've waited long enough, to be honest. What's this? National Puerto Rican Day. There's Zelina Vega. Oh, and Damian Priest. National Puerto Rican Day. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing in New York? That's a bit weird, isn't it? They should have like a national day for all of the states. You could have like a national day for like Florida and a national day. There probably is, actually. Then we got underboob again? This time from Zelina? Oh my god, 2024 is the year of underboob, and I am so flipping here for it. Oh god, what a time to be alive. It is the year of underboob. Do you know what? I don't have... I've only got limited tweets that I can put out because X hates me. But I feel like I'm going to go with that. Uh, 2024 is the year of underboob. Thank you, Zelina. Thank you, Lyra. I am tempted to say thank you, Linda McMahon, as well, but I better not. Thank you, Zelina. Thank you, Lyra. And I feel like I need the crying face emoji. I need that happy crying face, though. There is a happy crying face, isn't there? There it is. I found it. Happy crying face. I think if you, in my situation where you've only got limited tweets, I think you have to really use them wisely. And that's exactly what I've done right there. Right, we are seeing last week. George, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. George, I hope you've got your underboob out on show as well. We know that William will have. But I hope your underboobs are out and loud and proud this evening. Apparently it's what we've all got to do for the summer. We've all got to get the old underboobs out. I don't have much boobs, to be honest, you know. Breaking news, that. That's breaking news. Don't really have much. I wouldn't. There's not a bra's worth. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest. All right, we are underway. Let's. We're not at the pre-show anymore. It is Io versus Lyra. Someone tell Io to calm down, said Cleveland Brown. You know you've been watching too long when you have a dream that he's in sometimes and he doesn't have a beard, said Defcon Prime. Really? Really? I do need to get rid of it. I don't need to get rid of it, but I need to take it down. It is too... It's too long. It's out of control. And I'm starting to run out of grey hair dye as well. Leg sweep there by Lyra. Lyra going against the ropes. Drop kick as Io goes down. Sign in the crowd for Culver's. I know that Dad Stuff's going to be a big fan of that sign. Kick out there by Io. QR codes. I did not see a QR codes. Daze, be real. William doesn't have underboobs out. He's got the whole damn thing out. That's true. Over boob. Under boob. Side boob. It's true. He's wombling free. Lovely. Oh, man. Beautiful backflip into a cartwheel. Lyra grabs the legs, takes Io down. Oh, love this. Yes. Beautiful stretch. So, Damage Control are not happy on the outsides. Io definitely... feeling the effects of this one. Drops Io down, rolls her over. Love that. Bridges. Oh, God, she's so good. Even when she's got her boobs covered up, she's so good. Nice kick, and to the outside goes Io. Lyra goes against the ropes. Through the ropes. She gets caught. Ah, face first on the edge of the ring. Such a talent. Big scream there by Io. Io moonsaulting. Oh, lands on top of Lyra. Lyra goes down. And now we're starting to see Damage Control get back into control. Still no QR codes. How long's it been now? 22 minutes. Oh, my God. Didn't know I'd have to wait this long. What have I missed? Said Daniel. You've missed everything. When we started watching this show, we were boys, and now we're men. We've seen flirting. We've seen boobs. I mean, it's all happened. It's been the sexiest start to Raw I can ever remember. I don't think we're going to get another QR code, said Humi. Really? 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 I think so. It's the final week. I think they're going to go cray-cray. I think there could be a QR code tonight that points to another day. And then we go to Twitch again, or we go to their WhatsApp, or we go to their Friends Reunited or something. Don't forget Liv's legs, says Albert. Listen, I'm including it all, mate. Do you see Liv and Dom being a thing long term? Part of me thinks that once Rhea returns, Dom is going to slap Liv. Oh, you think so? You think so? I don't know. That would be pretty sweet, though, if he did get with Liv and then it turned out that he was just she was trying to play him, but actually he'd been playing her. That would be pretty good. Normally, guys are presented as dumb and just easy to manipulate, and there's a good reason for that. So if it turned out he was playing her, that would be a bit of a different, unexpected surprise. But it'll probably be he'll buckle. He'll buckle. He'll end up getting with Liv. And then Mummy will come back. He'll get in trouble. And he'll have to try and worm his way back in. Do you remember how Eddie Guerrero was like sucking up to China back in the day? I've seen them clips doing the rounds again. Do you remember when Mandy was trying to flirt with Jimmy and Jimmy set her up and Naomi showed up in the hotel? I don't know what's going to happen because Rhea is injured. Yeah, was that Mandy? That must have been really early on. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was. I do remember that hotel moment, but I had forgotten that it was with Mandy. But yeah, that must have been really early on in her kind of run. Well, yeah, I mean, it must have been because obviously Naomi walked out in the middle of, what, 2022? So, I mean, you're going back a fair bit. In all fairness, Mandy's been out of WWE for a fair bit now as well. It's been a little while. Daze, you misread my comment. I said I think Dom will help Liv beat Rhea once Rhea returns. Yeah, I agree. I think that it would be interesting, as I said, if they did have Dom play Liv, but I think it'll probably go that way where he does get seduced, and then he'll have to try and win Mommy back. Unless he stays with Liv, but I'm not sure that he will. I don't know that they're going to be the new power couple. It sort of feels like we're doing this with Liv to build towards Rhea's return. I don't know what we do with Liv once Rhea comes back, because I'm sure Rhea will win the title back. But I don't know. I don't know what we do with Liv. Clothesline by Lyra. Kick to the midsection. Quick kicks by Lyra. Push to the mid. Oh, she missed with that one. Oh, spin kick there by Lyra. Io goes down. Lyra stepping to the outside, climbing up. She's definitely got the crowds on her side. Missile drop kick. And over goes Io. She's looking to deliver a suplex. Plants her, goes for the cover, and shoulder up there by Io. Good match, this. Liv beats Rhea, said K-pop lover. Sunny, hello, shout out to you. Tiffany was on last Friday for a minute, said Zach. Rhea and Nikki have got unfinished business, said Tracy. Rhea won't win the title back right away, said Justin. Cleveland Brown said Lyra is going to give Io a bloody nose again. Well, she's got Io. Io is up, goes through the legs. Lyra goes face first into the turnbuckle. Double underhooks. She's got Lyra up. Into a backbreaker. I tell you, it's a good match. And Io walks over Lyra. Io is perched up top. She's going to go for that moonsault. Lovely. Oh, lands on her feet. Lyra moves out the way. Io on the shoulders. Rolls through. Lovely. Look at that. Look how effortless that was by Lyra. Io kind of reversed and was trying to get Lyra off her feet. Lyra just stayed calm and just went knee down, went for the pin. Double stomp. Love the sell in there by Lyra. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Lyra just getting that shoulder up. She's feeling the effects of this at the moment, Lyra. Boom. Look at that. Oh, looks good, doesn't it? So right now, Lyra trying to break this hodge, gets round the back of Io. Io with a back elbow there to Lyra. Io goes through the ropes. Lyra goes against the ropes. Io to the outsides. going up. This could be a pay-per-view match if you really built the hatred between them. Oh my god, a driver plants her down and Dakota gets involved. Dakota interfering from the outside. And Dakota's like, what? I didn't do anything, but she did because I saw her. She did get involved. Lyra goes through the ropes, drop kick, down goes Kairi. Kairi went chest first to the outside and she was like skydiving on the floor for a second. Lyra goes up, but Io goes against the ropes. Lyra crashes into the ring. Yeah, if this was like a red hot feuds, you could do this match at like SummerSlam or something. Certainly at a 2-day WrestleMania. Io going up, perched, looking for a moonstone. No, don't like that. Don't like that. Wrong camera angle. Oh, saved it. Saved it. I didn't like seeing Lyra shuffling into a better position. I was like, no, shouldn't have seen that. But she got her knees up. So she sort of showed that she was alert. And she got her knees up, so... Right now, she's got a crucifix pin by Io and gets it. Io gets it. Crucifix pin. I kind of feel like... yeah, she might have got the win if it wasn't for Dakota. They've kind of protected her a little bit that way, but... just a really good competitive match, to be honest. Now Damage Control are attacking. Damage Control stomping away on Lyra. Kairi was pulling at the hair of Lyra. Io gets up and goes running back into the ring. She's just kicking away at Lyra. Lyra, all she can do is cover up. Now we're getting Damage Control jumping in. They were actually trying to stop Io a little bit there. Now we've got Kaden and Katana coming down. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So Kaden and Katana. So, Lyra, Kaden, and Katana against Damage Control seems to be where we're heading. There's a lot of just, like, staring at each other at the moment. Oh, hello, we're backstage with Dom. Let's go. Okay, so we're in. There's Carlito. Dom. Deep in thought. You all right, mate? I gotta be honest, she was in here. She left me her hotel room key. So that's what it was. It was Liv's hotel room key. Damn, I thought it was just her number, but it's her hotel room key. What if she's got a Nintendo 64? Oh my god. Imagine that. You could go around and play Mario Kart all night. Oh my god. That's hard to turn down. And if she's got GoldenEye, oh Jesus. And with 4 controllers. Oh my god. Oh, there ain't a man alive that's turning that down. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does. That would be my first question. Have you got a Nintendo 64? And she'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, oh, God, no. Have you got GoldenEye? Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Have you got Haribo? Yeah. Oh my God. I'm already walking. I'm already on my way. They're really taking their sweet time with the QR code. And it's been 33 minutes. That's like a lifetime. Al said he's going to go there for sure. WCW versus NWO World Tour, said Mitchell. Well, yeah, I mean, I was never a WCW guy, to be honest. I mean, a wrestling game could tempt me, but for me, it's going to be GoldenEye or it's going to be Mario Kart that's going to seal the deal, really. If you've got a wrestling game, I'm tempted. I don't know about WCW one that I did play it. I can't quite remember it, but people do rave about that game, WCW NWO World Tour. I feel like I need to check it out. Actually, if she said I've got that after we've just had this conversation, I probably would have to go around, wouldn't I now? Like, oh God, I was just talking about that, Liv. We were just talking about that. Isn't Dom married? Said not. Yeah, but I mean, that's not important, is it? Rob said, a night of button mashing. Yep. And don't forget the Haribo eating. Very important. Mario Party said, well, yeah, I mean, Mario Party. Let's go. Who's your favourite British wrestler? What, right now? Well, probably Will Ospreay, to be honest, but I don't really watch him because I don't watch AEW. But I can accept that he is the best. In WWE, that's difficult. I mean, Drew's obviously the one that's leading the charge. I like Pete Dunne. I've always had a soft spot for Tyler Bate. Because he's not from that far from where I was born. He's not too far away from Stourbridge. Yeah, Pete Dunne when he was the Bruiserweight, that was pretty sick, weren't it? But I feel like the best at the moment might be, well, surely it's undeniably Will Ospreay. UFC over WWE, but I love both and AEW, said Puff Dutch. Nice background, said Abdul. Abdul, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, we are here in sunny Telford. So it's just a lovely day here in Telford. Right, there's Bianca and Jade's backstage, keeping our eyes peeled for anything. Lights are low, aren't they, in the arena as we're over by... I'm looking in the background, looking at the commentators, looking at the people behind. Is there anyone dressed as a bird? We have seen people dressed... Imagine if we just saw the therapist in the crowd and she was just... Like that, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Right, we're going to the Chad stuff now. I feel like tonight, instead of a QR code, we might get something different, said Jeremiah. WWE or UFC? WWE for me. WWE, I don't really have a hard time with that. I do love both, but I grew up with WWE. It's got that nostalgia. I've watched way more WWE, obviously. So that was last week, backstage with The Miz. Have you seen Drew? Oh, Truth? I thought you said Drew. So, Miz is looking for Truth. Here's Maxine and Tozawa. I was hoping I'd run into you. I've been better, says Maxine. Sami apologizes. Did you see the footage back? I saw it. Okay. You don't have to take this. No, they do. Here's Otis. They do have to take it. I guess there's not much left to say. I'll see you later tonight. Here's Otis. Otis. I lost it. I'm sympathetic. I understood my reasons with the bloodline, but I don't understand yours. My peach. Mandy Rose reference. My peach. I had it all. I've lost it all. This is my family now. That's not true. That's what he wants you to think. Do you know how special you are? Do you know how special you could be? Otis chance. Big Otis chance. Okay, we're backstage again with the Judgment Day. Okay, here's Damian. You weren't out there with us. Don't worry about that hotel room key stuff. He's right here. No one's touching him. Has the hotel room key gone? Who's took it? Oh, God, I hope it's R-Truth. I hope R-Truth has took it. Okay, we got the QR code. What did it say? We got the QR code. What did it say? You're impatient, was it? Be prepared. What did it say? It just said words. Yeah, I'd love it. What if Howdy's got it? What if Howdy's got it? Let's go. Okay, I don't even know what this match is. Is this going to be Dragon Lee and Ray? They're making their way down. So QR code as hits. But the bigger news is QR codes. So it's a 6-man tag. It's going to be Braun, Ray, Dragon Lee against some boomers, and I didn't see who the boomers were because we're gone to commercial break. Right, QR codes. Where are you, QR codes? Where are you? Your patience will be rewarded. Will it let me? I think it will let me put this in. It's not going to let me put much in. Okay, let's do a little scanny scan. What do I want to do? I want to go here. I want to go here. There it is for anyone that didn't get a chance to scan it. Scan away. Scan away. Where's the scanner? Where are you, scanner? Obviously, it's URL that we're interested in, first of all. Oh, hello. So the QR code URL is Exordium. What the hell does that mean? Exordium. Do a quick Google search of that. Exordium. The beginning or introduction, especially of a discourse or treatise. What the hell's that? What's a treatise? Okay. So, means beginning or introduction. Okay. And it's got a little countdown. Ooh. I'm sure there are going to be secrets. Okay, I think we've had that on screen long enough, haven't we? What I want to do is I want to go to www.com/exordium. Let's go over. Let's go over. So where you want to go is you want to go to WWE Exordium, and then you get this. So go to www.com/EXORDIUM. EXORDIUM. That's the URL. And then you get this. So it is a countdown. Now we've got Pluto's in the backgrounds. Pluto symbols. I'm guessing that is, where does that take us if I click that? Oh. Oh, no. No. I reached out my hand. I offered salvation. They buried their heads in the dirt. Pathetic. Hide whilst you can. Soon your eyes will boil as you witness what we have become. The prophecy fulfilled. The sky turned to blood. Do not fight it. Drown in your entropy. Woo. So, Nightbird's logo leads to journal. That then leads to consequences. Have we still got the awful music? Yep. Consequences. Right, we are back from commercial break, and we're just looking at what went down at NXT. I was going to have a look and see what that file was saved as. It's Ducker. Oh yeah, it has been that all the way throughout the campaign. Actually, I don't know if there's anything hidden in the tags. There's probably not. Nope. The countdown ends hours after the PLE, says Amy. Well, it could be that we are getting past the PLE and then we're heading towards Raw. I don't know exactly what this is going to take us to. I mean, this is saying 6 days, 23 hours, so that is a countdown to next week's Raw, isn't it? So we are literally counting down to the start of next week's Raw, surely. This is going to take us to Raw. 6 days, 23 hours. Okay, so we got that. Is there any hidden words or anything? No hidden words. We know what that is. What's this? Where does that take me? Is there a new video? Or is that just... Is that just that? So... Pluto logo to... I can't remember what that's called, actually. Oh, that's the archive recovered, isn't it? Archive Covered. To be honest, I haven't made a note, you know, of... I haven't made a note of all of these to know if anything else has been added. That was probably a bad thing. I probably should have made a note. Recapitulation. So, there may be some new one here. Derisive? Have we seen Derisive? I feel like we probably have. Yeah, I think we've seen that, haven't we? I think we've seen that. Close. Okay. I have to have a look, see if there's any new ones that have shown themselves, but nothing jumping out at me there. So we've done that. We've done that. Oh, I haven't looked at the file. Let's just have a look, see if there's anything in the file. It's titled Rebirth. So it's titled Rebirth. And I wonder if there's any hidden tags or anything in there. Okay, so Braun just making his way down. We're still just doing entrances at the moment, so we're not missing anything. Tags. Anything in the tags? Nope. Nope. Okay. Anything in the source codes? You refused salvation. Where's that show itself? Oh, there. The reckoning is inevitable. The clock's counting down. Rebirth. Ducker. Nothing in green, but they have not been putting everything in green like they used to. Well, nothing's jumping out. Nothing's jumping out. Reckoning is in red. That makes me think of Bray. And these sort of look like smiley faces, don't they? They sort of look like smiley faces. I don't know, there doesn't seem to be loads there to kind of mess around with, does there? Each one of those words has a video connected. Each one of those words has a video connected. What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't click the words. The red needs to make me think about Jesus. Exordium is a song by Black Veil Brides, says Mr. B. Oh, that's good. I like that. Exordium song. That's pretty fun. We've got a veiled bride. She is not... It's not a black veil that she wears, though, is it? LWO and Braun versus Judgment Day. That's what we've got. Dragon Lee getting into the ring. Okay. Anything else that anyone's found? I mean, there's not loads there. Click on the smiley face. There isn't a smiley face to click on. The only things that seem to click are the two links. If I go back. Here, look, if I go click, 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 click. I've clicked that, so I know what that does, and I've clicked that, I know what that does. That doesn't click, that doesn't click, that doesn't click, that doesn't click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Highlight, 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 highlight. Hidden word, hidden word, hidden word. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like this is just counting down to next week. I mean, we did get a new journal entry. I think there's a new note. There is a new journal entry. at the end of the countdown, Uncle Howdy's dong is going to pop out. The 2 words give you a Twitch stream. The 2 words give you a Twitch stream. What 2 words? What 2 words? Every time it's in red in the Bible, it means it's coming from Jesus, says Eric. Well, I feel like the words of the red this time have kind of tended to mean Bray, haven't they? So I don't know that that is coming from Jesus. I think that's coming from Bray. Oh, does it do anything different on my phone, actually? No. No is the answer. If you check the video marked 11:9, I'm sure that's a new video. I feel like that's a title that we've had before. Nah, I think we've had that before, but I think we've had that before. This means we're not going to get stuff at Clash, says William. I don't know why anyone would accept a mediocre product. We know how amazing wrestling can be when the story is well written. Why wouldn't we demand that? The hotel card is going to fall out of someone's pocket during the match. Braun Strowman. The emoji with red eyes has got a video. That's on the page, isn't it? We've seen that before. Is in second row at Raw. I've got news. I just published my second, but well done, Sonny. I hope it goes well. I am just currently trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the QR code. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm missing something like super obvious. People are just saying they've scanned it. I wonder if it. No, I don't think it'll be based on anything. Our patience will be rewarded. The newest QR code flashed, but it was lightning fast. They're acknowledging the QR codes. It's a little bit lame. Source code to Blood Bank. We've got a new diary entry and a countdown. Could they be kicking off the show next week, said Joey. They could do. I mean, it just takes us to next week, doesn't it? Looks like a countdown till next week's Raw, June 17th. There's a new journal entry. Exordium means beginning. Yeah, I feel like at the moment no one's found anything that we've not found. I feel like there should be something though. Does anyone else feel that way? Anyone else feel like we're missing something super obvious, but okay, let's get the score for that first match. So 45% goods. Oh, I thought it was better than that personally. 18 and 6. It gets a 94% good rating. That's a bit of a shame. But the community has spoken. Okay, Braun, Ray, Dragon Lee taking on Judgment Day. I mean, I don't mind the QR code not being the most deep and most detailed, but it would be nice if it pointed to another day in the week, you know? I wonder if, like, we've just pretty much done the campaign and now we're just getting through to the debut. I wonder if it's that. Kieran, shout out to you. If you click the symbol at the bottom, if you click the symbol at the bottom and look at the bottom and the smile face, says Rachel. If you click the symbol at the bottom, then look at that. We've had this. This was, which one was this from? This is the whole how to prepare for a massacre stuff, innit? They added that to that link over the weekend. I don't think there's anything new here. I think all of this is stuff we've seen before. Certainly no one's tagged me in anything that's new. New archive recovered, which we've seen. Probably looks like function will clear time. They call it glitch clock, but don't see what will replace it. I'm guessing they won't update the code until next week. Your impatience oh, it just jumped. Your impatience will soon be rewarded. Is family new? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Family, I seem to recall we've had that before. We can double check it. We are whole, we can complete. How beautiful we have become. No, we've had that. What did someone just point at there? What did someone just point at? Here. We have OXKV2MT4R2 and the source code. And when you Google it, it takes you to this. Huh? OXKV. Where's this from? From the in the source codes. OX. I don't know that that's anything. It's just that there. It says Google Manager, and then it's just got that there, but I don't know that that's... Was that in green? I didn't have that in green, did I? I was looking for green. Yeah, I don't have anything in green. I've got it there, but it's just a link. So, but it's not in green like the other person had. None of this is in green for me. Normally when it's in green, that's something to pay attention to. But there doesn't seem to be anything there in green. It is fun, though, that it's known as the glitch clock. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Glitch clock. But, yeah, no, there's nothing jumping out. There's nothing that cryptic. It's just a countdown. We did wonder if they were done with the cryptic stuff. That was part of something we spoke about beforehand, because it wasn't that cryptic on Friday. We've got a new journal entry. And a countdown clock. Carly going over to the corner. That has been used in other codes. It doesn't mean anything, says Ian. James said, I've tweeted you something. Okay. Let's have a little look. New Uncle Howdy shirts are on sale. That was mentioned earlier. Your patience will be rewarded. Your impatience will be punished. So there was two messages that popped up when the QR codes popped up. So that's interesting. Your patience will be rewarded. Your impatience will be punished. So we got two messages when the QR code arrived. Toxic Visions, shout out to you, my friends. But Glitch is Twitch's logo. Glitch is Twitch's logo. Glitch is Twitch's logo. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Welcome to Raw is Wyatt Co. It's like a match picks up, then stalls. We got Dragon Lee in. Do we think that the arena lights glitches on air? They could do. We could get the odd little glitch or something like that. I don't know. I feel like maybe we've just entered a different phase. Perhaps, you know, when we did say this before, Friday was quite direct. Maybe the time for the investigation stuff is done. And maybe now it's about focusing on next Monday and the arrival of the group, and it's just about really communicating now that they're on the way. Trio Woe there by Dragon Lee. He gets Carly O. 1, 2. Double axe handle there by JD McDonough. The logo they use is called a glitch. Okay. I don't know that we're pointing towards that. I mean, this is known as the glitch clock. It's counting down to next week's Raw. I don't think it's going to have anything to do with Twitch. We've got Liv on the edge of the ring. So Liv's on the edge of the ring. She's pleading Dominic to come and visit her. Oh, she gets knocked and lands on top of Dominic. So Zelina comes over, grabs Liv. So Zelina and Liv brawling away. So Liv was pleading with Dom mid-match. Zelina knocks Liv onto Dom. Right now, Braun wants the tag. The tag's made. Braun's going to do the Strowman Express. Boom. Boom. Oh, I think Liv just got out the way. Strowman Express. Running wild on the outside of the ring. Carlito is thrown back into the ring. Strowman collides into Carlito, picks him up, slams him down. And he's looking to make the tag. He goes over, tag made. Dragon Lee is going up top. Dragon Lee up top is being carried over. Carlito down. Big splash, and that should do it. 1, 2, 3. So, Kieran, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Defcon Prime said, my 2K23 update has put Alexa and Howdy as allies. Is that a spoiler? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happens with the game, to be honest. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think the people of 2K know the plans. But a win for the faces. So Kieran said, I'm very excited for the Wyatt 6 and the Howdy debut. Toxic Vision, shout out to you as well. Let's go back and get a poll up, shall we? I feel like we could do this Nightbird video like at the next commercial break. It just doesn't feel like there's loads to talk about. There might be something else that happens during the show. Bron Breakker, Ilya Dragunov still coming up, of course. We're an hour and 7 minutes into the show so far. Braun working out with Brock says 1 day at a time. Daze, fun question. As someone that's not into the QR code stuff, are you hoping for more codes or are you ready for them to go to the next chapter? I'm definitely ready for the codes to settle down. I think that it's great trying to work them out and everything, but I do find, I mean, I'm in a unique position, I suppose, where I can't ignore them and just leave them because a lot of our community is really engaged and they want to get on it straight away, which I do as well. But I think if I was not doing this, I would watch the show and then I would go back to it and then I would scan it and then I would work it out. That's how I would do it if we weren't doing it live. So I think from a live stream point of view, it's quite clear how much of a challenge it is to try and give that QR code the attention it needs. And a lot of them have been very deep and very rich. And to try and still keep a good enough eye on the show, you know? Here's Ricochet. So for me, it is tricky to juggle them both, but I do love the QR codes. I wish there was more stuff like what we just got. Short, to the point, but pointed to somewhere else, like come back Wednesday, don't miss the bump. that kind of a thing. And then on Wednesday, you get like a much deeper QR codes or something that teased Twitch on Thursday. For me, that's what I would love to see going forward. That way it doesn't disrupt the shows. It gives us something to look forward to in the week on Wednesday and Thursday when WWE don't have, like shows. I very much, I would love to see more of that kind of a thing. Sami Zayn is backstage, walking up a corridor. Smile on his face, of course. He's very confident as he's making his way to the ring. He'll be taking on Otis later tonight. Has anyone gone to the source code and tried to set the clock to 000 to see if it triggers anything? God, how would you do that? I don't think you can change the source code, can you? Is it not locked? I mean, it's not. I don't think you can click on it. I don't think you can change the clock. Yeah, I wouldn't know how you do that. What's your favourite match from Battleground? Probably the women's ladder match, to be honest. Probably the women's ladder match. I thought that was really good. I thought that the women's title match was good as well. I enjoyed that, but I think the ending just sort of let it down a little bit. Do we think that the blacked out photos last week were updated, said Joseph. Were the blacked out photos last week updated? I don't think so. They were there, I think, just to communicate the abandon all hope ye who enters here, I think. I've got a question. What is the thoughts on JD from New York? If he asked you to team up, what would you say, said Simulation 54. I don't watch, so I can't give any thoughts. I mean, I do the stream, and then I do the Nightbird video straight after, or I do an unseen straight after, or I do a quick 15-minute review on the second channel. Then I ask people for their opinions. I try to then go through Twitter. I mean, I don't watch. It's pretty irrelevant to ask me what I think of other YouTubers because I just don't watch. I'm constantly engaging with you lot, to be honest. A lot of my time is spent on Twitter, just going through tweets that I get sent and trying to compile stuff for unseens. That takes the most of my time. But obviously, we've not been able to do those for a few days. But, well, to be honest, I mean, since coming back from America, it's been Nightbird, isn't it? Pretty much non-stop. I mean, I've just been drowning in, Nightbird theories and thoughts. So it's a full-time job keeping on top of all that. And I haven't. I haven't. I've done my best. But I haven't. Source7 said, QR code breakdown. There's a timer. Did I do good? You did excellent. You cracked it. You solved it. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm looking through. No one has found anything. Or certainly not that I've been made aware of. Do we think that Ricochet finishes tonight? Apparently he does, yeah, apparently he does. Has anyone clicked on Remember or let's get and watch the first videos? Plus, at the top, getting highlights under it says hello. So that web page is a collection of all the stuff we've had before. So the videos, when you click those words, take you to the Twitch streams, or at least they used to. The one is takes you to Twitch. I think both take you to Twitch, and then you get, both take you to Twitch. So it's no different. It's still the links to the words, to the Twitch streams. Right, we've got the Clash at the Castle kickoff that's going to be starting soon. This Friday at 4. They're free to go if you're in Scotland. Daze, it's not been officially published yet. It's just going through a review period. Well, I wish you all the best, buds. Okay, we're with Damage Control. They're asking EO what was that out there. EO said she took care of it. She's... Did she say Damage Control has to change? So, EO, I'm going to write the words EO freaks out backstage. EO freaks out. Right, Sami is making his way to the ring. We know he's going to be taking on Otis. Daze, there is an image of someone in static when they gave out the QR codes. Yeah, I think that might have... I only briefly saw it, but it felt like the one that we thought was Joe Gacy. I do have the moment that it dropped, so hopefully we can have a little look at that. But again, I don't think that's anything that we've not seen before. I think it was, again, the, like, Joe Gacy looking one. Or the one that we think is Joe Gacy. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, Sami is making his way down. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just having a look at it. Actually don't have the image. I've got one that's... Let's go over here. I've got one that's a TV in the background. I thought I saw...
As the world turns.
Let me turn this down. It's way too loud. Sami's in the ring. I hate these videos because I don't think you can control these videos. I can't scrub through them. This is better. I think that's the Gacy one in it. That's the one I think we think is Gacy. I think there wasn't. There's the Funhouse one. There's, I think, the Gacy one, and that was it. That was it. Okay, we got a Sami promo. Daze, Black Veil Brides is a Roman Catholic term used for when a woman marries into the church and gives up all the pleasures of life to devote herself to God, says Mr. B. Thank you. She's not wearing a black veil, though. That's my problem. She's dressed in white like a bride. I like it, and I think it's definitely worth mentioning, but I don't know. Do black veil brides wear white? Because that would be a bit weird in my mind. I feel like a black veil bride should be what it says. Should be wearing a black veil. And that's not the bride that we see. Here's Chad's. Nikki Cross has married Uncle Howdy, said Matty Ice. I've never seen Bo Dallas wrestle. I've only seen him as Howdy. His laugh is great, though, says Zach. Isaac said Gacy is actually coming in the little TV. He's put a picture up of it. We know we've got 6 days and less than 22 hours before Brian Alvarez finally reveals his imminent news. Okay, here's Chad's. This has been a good story. You're always interjecting yourself into everyone else's business. Is there anything on the QR code, said JP? There's a new journal entry and a countdown clock, but we're not finding anything else other than that, unfortunately. Wait till you see how happy they will be when I take that Intercontinental Championship. Are you out of your damn mind, says Sami. You think they're happy? So, Chad. Are you feeling happy, Maxine? Are you happy, Otis? They don't look happy. Otis chants. The truth is, Chad doesn't give a damn about the three of you. Right, let's end this poll. It's another one of them kind of rah-rah segments, you know? Start listening to the people. You won't be happy until you get rid of Chad Gable's sorry ass. No one's leaving anybody, says Chads. We're a family. And families stick together. So Chad said, I'm going to unleash my version of Otis. This is the version of Otis that does what I say. That doesn't feel anything. So we are going to be getting Otis against Sami. That match coming up next. AKF, shout out to you. As for the puppets, the cave was where the doorway to the funhouse was, but the lake you had to cross to get to the cave that led to the funhouse and the playground, said Odin's son. Did the QR code happen? It did. It did. It did. And honestly, there's not loads to talk about. I'm really thinking of just getting the video done. Because normally there's like loads of stuff being dug into. There's loads of conversations being had. There's just not. There's just not. You can change the input code on the inspect elements. I just can't figure out how to change the countdown so it actually ends like this. What's that mean? What does that mean? Is that what it will say when we get there? Is that what it will say? That's interesting. I'll ask Matt if that's what it says. Is that what it'll say next week? I couldn't find a way of getting that to change, but that's interesting, isn't it? If that's what it's going to be. If it's, or I don't know if he's typed that in or if he's managed to change it. That's interesting. I like that. But look, if I try and look at this, add to your bookmarks, will it let me do it? Oh, it will. Oh, that's good. It wouldn't let me do it. Just I wanted to add another one. There was another one from Crimson. Crimson reckons there's 17 Plutos. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Because you've got this here, which is a Pluto. You got that there. That's a Pluto. You got a bit of one here as well. Like, are we ignoring? Are we ignoring those? Where's it gone? It's just jumped. Does this? It's a flipping nightmare. Hate X. Whenever you get like new tweets coming in, it just jumps and like you'll be reading one. Like it doesn't have the ability to just stay there, you know? If a new tweet comes in, it just does that and disappears. I was trying to count. Look, it's got to 14. So would that be 15, 16, 17? He's counted up to 14. So if you do include those, which I was just questioning. Oh, no, because there's 16. How's he numbered this? Where's 15? How's he numbered these? Oh, there. Okay, if you click it, it makes more sense. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, I can go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I suppose that is 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I can go with that. I didn't like it before when it felt like we were ignoring these top ones. That's why I was questioning it. But if you click it, then you get to see the missing ones, basically. So, okay. Will it let me add that? No, something went wrong, but it's not your fault. Well, let me flipping add it then. Honestly, this reduced Twitter functionality is flipping so annoying. I can't even like it. The poster's been deleted. You're joking. You're flipping joking. What are we playing this game for? I thought that was all right, man. I thought that was all right. Has he posted it again? Have a look. What are you doing? What's going on? I don't think he has. I thought that was an alright theory. I thought that theory was fine. I counted it up. It was all fine. The music on the source code to the diary is different. It didn't sound different. Didn't sound different unless they've just changed it or something. Right, we got Chad interfering. So Chad jumps in, starts walloping away at Sami. So we're going to get that moment now where, again, the crowd are going to be with Otis, hoping that he changes his mind. So Chad has got Sami. Otis goes over. He's not going to hit Sami. Chad's having a word with Otis. Otis. Oh, he pushes him. And he slaps him. Oh, Chad slaps Otis. Oh, twice. Oh, and hard as well. Hard as well. Oh, the legs are going. The legs are going. Oh, he turns around, he charges over, collides into Sami. Oh, he's going to take it out on Sami, isn't he? Oh, world's strongest slam. So he runs at Chad's. Chad moves. Otis collides with Sami. So he was Chad. He rips off the Alpha Academy shirt. Chad backing up into the corner. Chad's pleading. Chad's in the corner, cowering in the corner at the moment. Otis. Oh, is he going to do it? No, I can't do it. Can't do it. Scared. You're a loser, Otis. You're a loser. Big smile on Chad's face. Otis confronts Chad, but can't hit him. Right, we're backstage with The Miz. Oh, here we go. Here's R-Truth coming out of a... Got a tag team title match tonight, says R-Truth. Would deal... APA. Don't be scared. So there was a fortune teller that R-Truth was, but it's going to be AOP in it. Oh, it was Scarlett. So she gives... So there we go. It's a death card. We're gonna die tonight, says Archer. It's a bit dark, isn't it? And they look up at the heavens. It's all a bit dark. R-Truth meets with Scarlett. Thinks he's got a match with the APA. Here's Jade's. Jade making her way out. Let's get the let's get a poll up for that nothing Sami match. James, shout out to you. So Jade is coming out. Here's Bianca. I was just about to say, where's Bianca? Jade got some gloves on, has she? Yeah, these guys aren't competing tonight. We've got some high heels, and Jade's got some gloves on. They're dancing their way down to the ring. So I'm guessing this is going to be a segment just to promote that triple threat at Clash at the Castle. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Poor Miz. Right. Trenton said, Daze, if you read my recent tweet, I've tagged you in it. That could be a problem, Trenton. It's not the easiest to find tweets, unfortunately. I will have a look. Let me see what we've got. Yeah. Not sure if it means anything, but I thought the 17 Plutos might lead to something, says Michelle. We think it might be the 17th. Next week at Raw was 77 days from the start of the Nightbird QR campaign. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find it, but there's just a bit too much that people have tagged me in. Even though this wasn't the deepest of codes, obviously everyone's still sharing their thoughts. I think it's a shame that Crimson deleted that, because I think that's not a bad theory, to be honest. Okay. The Miz was not a good guy on MTV. Forget the name of the show. Was it The Real World? You thought there were 6 members, but really there's 17, said Mr. Rage Bob. Alan said it's definitely not easy to find tweets now that Daze follows everybody, says Alan. Well, I tried to, and then I got slapped on the wrist. So it really would not shock me if there's people out there that I've not been able to get back to follow him back. I do want to do that. I'm not trying to shun my the words that I said. I said I'd follow people back, and I will happily do that. But that's why I said give me a couple of days so I can get my account back to normal. And then if I've not followed you and you want me to follow you, just ping me a message, and I will happily, more than happily do it. But I am on the naughty step right now. Right. I still think that the Wyatt 6 is loosely connected to the Hills Have Eyes, says Defcon Prime. Miz was on the first season of The Challenge, said Fife Dog. Has there been any Nightbird stuff, said 17 Fresh? There has, and it's been annoyingly uneventful, I would say. You know, this is actually the kind of QR code that I've always wanted for Raw, so that we can just focus on Raw. But I really would have liked there to have been a date, and for it to say, you know, see you Wednesday. That's what it's missing for me. If it had that, no problem, lovely. But I know what they're doing. They're just moving it to Wednesday, really. But it doesn't say that. There's nothing there to suggest we're getting anything Wednesday. We still could. They could always update the journal again. So they absolutely could, but yeah, I don't know. That's what it sort of feels like it's missing. I just feel like there's something I've missed. I feel like there's something more, you know? I like the idea of like trying to change the clock in the source code. I do like that. Apparently, if you do change the clock, and you apparently can some way, but we're going into coding now, and I'm no good at that. But apparently, if you do change the clock, you can get it down to like 5 seconds. It just stops. It doesn't do anything. I don't know how you do that, though. It doesn't say that we're here or anything. That was something that Matt did himself. So it doesn't give you that, unfortunately. But yeah, all right. I feel like we've worked it out. Did we see the deleted post about 17 uses of the term I in last week's letter? I did. Did you say you deleted it now? Well, I thought that was good. Had I have been able to do a Nightbird video this weekend, I would have tried to have got that in, but unfortunately, I'm being slapped on the wrist at the moment by X. They officially have now announced Cody on NXT. Psalm 77 is a nocturnal lament of a man in anguish, which precisely through the reenactment of the past turns into a hymn about the wonders performed by the Lord, says Giantano. Thomas said, I don't want to offend you, so I'm going to ask permission. Can I put the logo on a shirt to wear at SummerSlam to say hello to the community? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I have no problem with that. Thomas, shout out to you, my friends. Off to SummerSlam. I hope you have a fantastic time, but... Okay, here's Zoe and Shayna making their way down to the ring. Next week on Raw, we're 77 days away from the start of the QR codes. Right. Cody on NXT said, Dro, Jey is going to get yeeted by the Wyatt 6, says Matty. Will you be doing Grimm's Toy Show event? No, we've never done any Grimm's Toy Show wrestling. Okay, so are we going to get Shayna and Zoe taking on Alba and Isla right now? We've got Shayna and Zoe in the ring. We've got Jade and Bianca at ringside. And we are backstage with Isla and Alba. So that's going to be our next match. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to go. Talking about what it means for them to be going to Scotland. It's possibly one of the biggest matches of our career, says Alba. We should have been in that match from the start. Well, you're in it now? I feel like we could do more with Isla, actually. She was quite good there. I couldn't even tell you what their entrance music is like, or even what their entrance is like. I mean, we really do not get to see these two that often. But here's Alba and Isla. I should imagine even they've forgotten what their entrance music's like. Alba and Isla making their way down to the ring. Why is Sami and Otis on your face? Because it is a big deal and we need to acknowledge what's happening with that story. Isla and Alba versus Shayna and Zoe. They're hot witches. Wow, aren't all women? So Isla draping herself over that middle rope. Alba stepping into the ring. Fire and Dawn need to win. Otherwise, why are they even here? I mean, they're already ruining Stark and Baszler. So why not build up Fire and Dawn, said Five Dog. Jeremy said, do you think CM Punk shows up at Clash and costs Drew? I do think that, yes. They've got a fire entrance, said Kian. Some of them are cold, said Mr. Ragebomb. The unholy union, in the words of Jill, let the witches in. Donald says, check the camera icons. Check the camera icons. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does check the camera icons mean? You mean from the other day? Abdel said, as a programmer, I can say if you see a condition in the code, then it will change after the time ends. But I checked and there are no conditions. So either you change the code or not, it will not change a thing. And when you use inspect, you only change your website's view and not others. That's interesting. I feel like people are digging and they are looking and they're trying to find anything they can, but yeah, it's a real frustrating one, this one, to be honest. It's really frustrating. Shayna pulling Alba out the ring. I hope you like the Outstorm video, said Odin's. I don't know what that is, Odin's. Scottish Nightmare said, I don't think he costs Drew. He's going to help Drew win so that he can face him at Summerfest. Do you remember that, Botch? Well, I don't know what the Outstorm thing is. Did you tag me in Summit Buds? Again, it's a little tricky for me to go through my Twitter live if that's what you've done. I do try to go through it after the show, though. But at the moment, I can't even leave likes and anything because X has given me a slap on the wrist. Right, Shayna is in control, stomping down on the arm of Alba. These two have maybe got the best chance of winning for Scotland, said Wrestle Andy. Donald, shout out to you. Chrissy, shout out to you as well. Appreciate the support. Shayna in control. Shayna has got Alba. She's choking her out. I mean, look at that. She's going and she's gone, and that's how quick it is. That's how quick a rear naked choke puts you out. Jesus, it's all a bit of a bit flat, that, isn't it? I mean, even Bianca was like. But that's the thing that happened, isn't it? Guys, I just watched a match and it ended. So that's a thing. I don't even know if I should even bother writing the word all time on that one. I don't even know if I should bother writing the word great. Right, we've got a video package on Braun Breaker. So, Bianca and Jade's. Watched that match. It was a very simple victory for Zoe and Shayna. I can't imagine that match that we just got is what Triple H envisioned. I can't imagine that's what he thought when he put it together. Right, let's do that. Oh, people will love that. I can't imagine that's what he had envisaged, but that's what we ended up with. It's good to see the Killer Bees coming out of retirement. Oh, that's so. Oh man, I would love the Killer Bees back. Let's go. I almost went to the show. I'm sort of glad I didn't, said Scott. Where is a sexy red twerk when you need it? Yeah, let's go. Right, here's Braun Breaker. Perhaps we just ran out of time. Perhaps we're struggling for time. We've got an hour and 13 minutes. But Braun Breaker making his way out, and there will be no snoozing. It is Braun Breaker taking on Ilya Dragunov. And this match is going to bang, man. I feel like Ricochet is going to get involved. I'm sure Ricochet is the way out of this. Ilya Dragunov, Braun Breaker coming up next. Why are all of them still in the match? That is weird, says Rick. We are barking on Monday night, said EA UFC CAF creator. Braun Breaker, Ilya Dragunov is about as exciting as it gets. So I would say things have drastically just picked up, which was needed, to be honest. I really am thinking of just getting the video done. I don't really see the point in waiting, to be honest, because there's really not loads. So it sort of feels like one that we can just do. Get out the way. There we go. In fact, let's do it. So the QR code has hit on Raw, and it's a bit of a strange one, to be honest with you. Not as deep, seemingly, as what we've seen in the past. This one, it brings us to this. It brings us to this countdown clock. This countdown clock is going to take us to the start of Raw next week. And obviously, the 17th, everything's been pointing to the 17th. And so now we've got this countdown clock. And I believe it takes us to the very beginning of Raw. As well as that, we've got all of these Plutos in the backgrounds. And I thought there was a very good point made by Crimson. I would show you, I think the tweet has now been deleted, that it does look like, if you count these up, it looks like there's about 17 Plutos in the backgrounds. And obviously 17 is a number that we've seen repeated quite a lot because of June 17th. Everything's pointing towards next week, Raw, Corpus Christi. We've had like coordinates point into Corpus Christi. Things, the first letter in the journal obviously said June XV11, which is June 17. So there's been a lot kind of pointing to next week's Raw, and now we've got this countdown, right? So I don't think there was any doubt about when we were expecting this group to arrive. But this countdown's pretty fun. And I want to shout out Matt as well, who's tried to play around with this. Apparently, you can go into the source codes, kind of mess around with it and see if you can move the time and try and get it down and see what happens. Unfortunately, it seems to go to 0. I mean, I'm not aware that anything happens if you do change the clock. Nothing shows itself. There's no message or anything like that. So doesn't appear to be anything there. There doesn't appear to be any hidden words here. Doesn't appear to be anything you can click apart from the Nightbird logo and the Pluto symbol, right? They're the only two things that kind of click. So we did get, obviously, the QR code flashing up on screen. And we do need to look at that because there was a couple of phrases that flashed up as well. It took us to Exordium, which is a word I'm not familiar with. This was the URL, wwe.com/Exordium. And this means beginning or induction. So obviously next week's going to be the beginning. It's going to be the introduction. It's going to be, I'm guessing, the exordium of this group. So that was the URL. If we click on the bird at the top, this has got the Dakar file name, which it's had throughout the whole campaign. You might remember that this logo has been at the bottom previously in previous QR codes. But if you click it, then you get to the Kintsugi journal, and there is a new entry. I would say this is the big new thing that we got. And it's called Consequences. Now, again, if we look at the first letter, nothing seems to show itself. But this is what it says. It says, I reached out my hand and I offered salvation. They buried their heads in the dirt. Pathetic. Hide while you can. Soon your eyes will boil as you witness what we have become. The prophecy fulfilled. The sky turned to blood. Do not fight it. Drown in your entropy. So obviously we know a massacre is on the way. It seems like the warning was sent that the massacre was on the way, and it seems like people have buried their heads in the dirt. They haven't listened. Pathetic. And obviously we're saying that the sky's going to turn to blood. Don't try and fight back. Next week, next Monday, there is going to be a massacre. Or at least the group's going to arrive, and that will herald the beginning of the massacre, or the exordium, maybe, if that's how you use that word. I really don't know. But yeah, Consequences. This was the new entry in the journal. So we got that when you click on the top. When you click on the Pluto at the bottom, then it just takes you to this. I'm not aware of anything new here. It has been pointed out that if you click this, it doesn't take you to the still image anymore. It actually takes you to the video that we got the other day. So, but we had that the other day, so it's not new. I'm not aware of anything new here. I'm not aware of, I think does that still take you to Kintsugi? And it does. So, yeah, I mean, there's just nothing, there's just nothing new. There was nothing in the source codes. That was it, really. It's one of those that you're kind of left scratching your head going, no, there must be something that I'm missing. Because they've been so deep. I can't even find anything that points to like Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday and so it's left me very confused. Shout out to Mr. B, who pointed out that Exordium is a song by Black Veil Brides, which I think is kind of fun. Obviously, we've been seeing a bride under a veil, so that's kind of a fun reference. So I like that. We've spoke about how the Pluto symbol at the bottom, where that takes you, that was titled Rebirth. So we know that that's what the Pluto symbol stands for, but it was titled Rebirth. And I think that was kind of all the stuff, to be honest. If we flip over and have a little look in the folder, you can see Matt was trying to get it to say we're here, or trying to get it to say something, but we just couldn't get it to do anything like that, unfortunately. So bit of a dead end, but it was a really good try. We've got the QR code here and the moment that it actually hits. But the main things we're interested in are these two messages. Your patience will be rewarded. Your impatience will be punished. So a couple of messages when the QR code hit. We also saw who we think is Joe Gacy, one of the blurred guys, that we can't make out the identity. We've seen that before. And we also saw the Funhouse TV. So we did get those, and we got these messages as well. Here, look, you can see, looks like countdown to next week, a new journal entry, and Exordium means beginning. And that's it. I mean, that is it. I would love to sit here and give you loads of like stuff which is like, you know, deep in thought, deep in theory, all that kind of stuff. But apart from a few like thoughts, general thoughts out there, like there's not much, to be honest. There's nothing that's really deep and really like mind-blowing. I do like the Pluto thing. I think that's kind of clever, to be honest. But outside of that, I mean, we can just jump and see what's being tagged and see what people are saying at the moment. See if there's any other little bits here. Look, see WrestleMania saying it's counting down to next week. There was one that I saw that I was sort of interested in, a bit of smoke, but I don't think that was anything. During one of the matches, there was another. Oh, it looks like we've got the Uncle Howdy song has been played, so it looks like that's gone down. Michelle saying, not sure if it means anything, but the 17 Plutos could point towards this film. Pluto out in 2017. I think it's probably more to do with the. It's probably more to do with the whole June 17th, personally, but maybe that film's worth looking at. And then this as well, we've got next week at Raw, we're 77 days away from the beginning of Nightbird QR codes. Could that connect to like a Bible reference? Potentially. I mean, I don't know that there's any meaning in that, to be honest. I think that they have just identified this as the place they want to land, but could have some reference. See what I mean? Like some good thoughts, but nothing that's like, oh my God, you know, mind-blowing. Uncle Howdy playing in the arena. 1119's not a new video. No, people looking to see if there's anything new there. Don't think there is. Confirmed, can't wait. Brings back some memories. I think that's just the standard clock font, really. Digital clock kind of font. So I don't think there's anything really much in that. Bray Wyatt. There it was. That was the one that had all the Plutos being counted up, which I thought was very, very good. And that is it. That looks like everything. So there was the face. We've kind of seen this before. We believe this to be Joe Gacy. We think these are candles in front. But we have had that before. But that's it. That's everything that I'm kind of seeing, all the stuff that I'm being sent. If you have seen anything else, obviously, let us know. But we'll keep our eyes peeled as we continue to move forwards. And I don't know that we get anything else, but it wouldn't surprise me if we do get another journal entry this week. So thanks for watching. Bye for now. That went longer than I thought, actually. So apologies that took as long as it did. I actually thought it was going to be really quick. We are at commercial break. We'll have a... I mean, look, if I get sent anything else, I'll just do a Nightbird video after. But it seems silly to just sit and wait when it's done. Do you know what I mean? Normally, I leave it so that we can like really get all the extra stuff in there that people are working on. But there's just not anything there. There's just doesn't seem to be anything that we need to wait for. It could turn out to be wrong, and there could be some amazing stuff that gets found. But if there is, we can obviously do another video after Raw ends. But considering we've got an hour still left of the show, might as well just get it done. So, boom. Right, we are back. We've got Ilya and we've got Bron Breakker battling away. Bron Breakker slamming Ilya down. Bron Breakker throwing in some forearms. They look okay. They look okay. It was kind of like glancing blows, really. Right now, he's got a chin lock applied. Bron Breakker. He's got his knee right in the back, pulling back on the chin. Nightbirds. The arena seems like they don't have the usual lights in the same way, said the Beach Kevin. I don't know what it is about this show. I feel like it's a go home, and I think that's it. It feels like a go home. I feel like the Otis segment is one that we've seen kind of play out quite a few times. Women's tag match was just not needed, but it was just there to highlight it. This is probably like one of the best parts of the show, actually. Ilya and Bron. Dragunov going through the ropes. Big clothesline. Bron goes down. They were still battling away, but I'm sort of expecting Ricochet to get involved. Because there's got to be a way out of this. Because you don't really want either of these guys losing, or certainly I don't. Ilya on his feet, Bron over the other side. Ilya charging over, delivering a knee, scooping up Bron, slamming him down. Goes back in the corner, on the middle. Oh, drops a knee. Drops a knee onto Bron. Yeah, Ilya is back on his feet. Gets round the back of Bron Breakker there. Picks him up. German suplex by Ilya. So manages to get German. He's saying a few words to him as he gets back up to his feet. He's still holding on at the moment. Headlock being applied there by Bron, but Ilya hits another German. And again he's holding on. So again, Ilya keeping a hold of Bron. Ilya upon his feet. Bron trying to break the hold. Oh, look at that hold. He's gone actually underneath Bron and he's picking him up there. Oh, my God. I mean, that doesn't feel like a safe way to hit a suplex. Normally, you'd go round there, but instead he went like that. And he actually suplexed him that way, but you don't have as much control when you do that. That, you've got them, like, tight and you've got all full control. That it's less stable, and it kind of showed itself as he did that suplex. Not what I think one that if I was backstage I'd be like, yeah, I don't think I'd do that again. Over the top goes Ilya. He comes crashing down. Bron Breakker trying to come over. Crowd are really quiet, you know. Ilya gets picked up. Ilya lands on his feet. Big boot there by Ilya. Bron slumps on top of Ilya. Ilya drives Bron into the corner. So absolutely plants him into the corner. That women's tag match, 24% bads. 10% all time. I can only imagine that people have been drinking. I don't blame you. 76% good is pretty low, to be honest, but I'm amazed that 10% thought that was an all-time match. The massacre is coming, said Donalds. The first German was like a shotgun firing. WTF. Here we go. Ilya going up. Bron slumped in the corner. Ilya looking to do coast to coast. Hits it. Hits it. Coast to coast by Ilya. Ilya on the outside climbing up. Ilya goes up top and is looking to hit. Oh, it comes crashing down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Mr. Dow Jr. said, this is not in Cleveland, remember, or Columbus. It's just not a big city. Callum said the crowd is dead. Jeremiah said, I really don't think matching these two works so soon. Yeah, it's funny, actually, because this was something we spoke about beforehand, about this being a bit of a concern to collide these two already. It's a real glimpse into the future, though, isn't it? I mean, if you look at it in that regard, it's just, you don't really want either to lose. A hell of a fight, though. I mean, if you think about it, we've not... Oh, big clothesline. We've not been seeing Bron Breakker on the main roster in these kinds of situations. I mean, he's just been destroying people. Bron looking to put Ilya away. He's looking to charge over, but a knee there by Ilya. Bron goes down. Ilya looking for the cover. No. Gets up. H-bomb. 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 Connects. Connects by Ilya. Boom. Come on, Ilya. Nah, he connects with it. Crowd start chanting, this is awesome. Isn't it amazing how they can be fast asleep? And then, like, a couple of moves and they're like, this is awesome. I mean, it has woke up. Big boot there by Ilya. Bron Breakker goes over the commentary table. Action spilling to the outsides. Ilya stripping the table. Stay said, why buy a ticket to a live show just to be silent? I know. It's, to be honest, though, it's a go home, and I don't know how much they've had to cheer for, but they're getting some stuff now, as we've got Ilya and Bron battling away. I mean, this... Ilya is dumped onto the edge of the commentary table. Mate. Bron gets in to break the count, jumps back out again, grabs Ilya, picks him up. He's going to look to drive him into the edge of the barricade, and he does! Oh, my God. Vicious from Bron Breakker. Vicious. Right now, into the ring post goes Ilya. Ilya dumped on the edge of the commentary table, dumped onto the barricades, driven into the ring posts. Bron Breakker with into the ring. Bron walking round, jumping in. Ilya down, Bron in full control. Big right hand, left hand, Ilya trying to fight back. Slapping away at Bron. Bron against the rope. Spear! Spear by Bron! Spear by Bron, but he's struggling to get the pin. Ilya rolls out the ring as Bron's like... Oh, mate, so good. So good. So, out the ring. Braun jumps out. He's going around the outside. Braun Breaker charging over. Spear by Braun. Ilya is down. Braun is yelling at him. Yeah, he's got him down. Thomas said, I've been to basketballs in that arena games. The sound just doesn't travel well, says... Hopefully that's going to be a bit better. It looks better. I just switched routers. Match has ended. Braun Breaker hits the spear, gets the win. Don't know how that's going to be received. Well, we can see what people thought of the match. I thought it's... Hopefully the match doesn't suffer. Dragunov back on his feet. Oh, there's Ricochet. Ricochet lands on Braun Breaker. So, Ilya down. Ricochet just came to... Ricochet comes to Ilya's aid. Okay, he might pay for that later. We've got a missing key card. This is just Liv Morgan trying to drive us apart. I love them arguing over this key card. I think that's really fun. I love if they look down and it's gone missing again. Did Balor take that one? Did Balor take it? Did Balor take it? Jesus. They should put a QR code on the key cards. Finn, you dog! Okay, so we know that we've got this. I think that match has really helped this show, to be honest. I think this show really needed that Braun Breaker match. I know that people might be down on the result because I love Ilya as well, but man, if a show needed a bit of injection of life into it. Although, I've got to say, Io and Lyra I enjoyed. Personally, you lot didn't seem to enjoy it all that much, but I enjoyed it. I didn't need the 6-man tag match, but so it's going to be Authors of Pain, Awesome Truth World Tag Team Championship match. Got 47 minutes to go. Finn took the key, said Robert. Finn's also married. Are they going to take the titles off Awesome Truth? I think they might, said Chris. Scottish Nightmare said, I wasn't aware that Rhea was his girlfriend. They never even kissed. Finn and Liv. Is Finn Daddy Finn? He was caught weeks ago with Liv, says Matty. Why don't they all just go and have a party, says Callum. I don't know that she's that kind of girl, Callum. I mean, I don't know that it's a flipping free-for-all, right? 3-card month, but with Liv's key. Why don't they put it up for grabs on, like, the auction site? That's a great idea. I'm going to tweet that out. Why don't they just put Liv's hotel key cards on WWE auction And let the highest bidder get it. Hashtag sorted. Sorted. That WWE auction website could do with something like that. I mean, that would be a great way of driving traffic. Boom. Damn, Finn and Liv are about to have a handicap match in the bedroom. Wow, 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 wow. Is this how we're gonna get Damian face? Turn the rest of Judgment Day will be with Liv accepting her, and Damian won't, and he gets kicked out. Maybe, yeah. He does seem to want to play it straight. You know, he's saying, I don't need Judgment Day. This isn't Judgment Day's belt. I don't need them to be getting involved. And he's like, sort this room key thing out. I mean, I haven't seen him talking to Liv. He's not like taking the key cards or anything. Spartan, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. We all saw Balor take the key card, right? Said Citizen. We did. Liv will be long gone by then, said Scottish Nightmare. Well, if you set the auction for like 3 hours, 2 hours, something like that. You can set it for. No one says it has to be days long, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Run it for 20 minutes if you want. I'm winning that auction, said Alan. Well, even if I have to steal the cash. There are people calling up banks right now. Can I remortgage my how much can I get if I remortgage the house? Is there any way you can get me more? I'm gonna need double that. I'm gonna need double that. Yes, this is a matter of life and death, thank you. What do you mean you only do it in extreme circumstances? Why do you think I'm calling? Oh, let's go. Let's go. I would like to win it just so I could go to a room, sit her down and go, listen, mate. You don't need drugs. Don't need them. You're a good person. You don't need that lifestyle. And then I'll do a full presentation. I'll bring some guests in. People who have done drugs and regret it. And I'll see if I can get her back on the straight and narrow. I thought they were writing Ricochet off today. We believe they will. Ricochet's last Raw could be next week when Howdy takes him out, said Zach. Al said, maybe it's not a hotel card, but a commissary card from her jail stay. Yeah, perhaps it's a card that gets into her cell. Right, we're backstage with Drew, Sheamus. No, we've not seen eye to eye. Take it home, fella. We'll be smashing back points. Sheamus wants money in the bank. You're a real man. Give me a heads up for the cash in if you win it, yeah? Banger. After banger. After banger. So, if Drew wins, Judgment Day are banned from ringsides. Okay, well, Awesome Truth AOP first. People enjoyed that match. It's got a great rating. So it looks like it's got a great 70%. Yeah, we needed that. We needed that. Okay, Awesome Truth are in the ring. We're backstage with Scarlett, Carrion, Paul Ellering. Isn't it mental that Paul Ellering's there? He was at WrestleMania 8. And he's got "What a Rush" written on his jacket. Authors of Pain are going to bring those tag titles home. What if they do? I wouldn't be down on it if they did, you know. You can't trust him. We would never abandon you the way that Kofi did. So a little message to Xavier Woods there. So here they are, Final Testament making their way out. Carrion's a big man, isn't he? The way he just, look at him, look at the size of him. Carrion leading the charge. Scarlett, AOP behind. I'd be all right if AOP get this. I feel like this group could benefit by having those titles. I don't know that we need to keep going with Awesome Truth. There's clearly something happening. They're still doing this story with New Day. So they had a message for Xavier, and that could be important. I mean, we could be witnessing the end of the New Day. It's beyond time. I think it's been 9 years since their New Day started. I'm sure it was about 2015. LA Knight needs to get a title from Logan. I agree, William. Talk about being with your wife 24 hours a day. Yeah, but it's Scarlett, so I can't imagine that's a problem. Okay, so we're getting ready for this match. We've got 38 minutes left to go. I would have thought Samantha Irvin would be wearing black. I would have thought she would be in mourning, considering this is potentially Ricochet's last show. Imagine if she was there dressed as the bride in a black veil and everything. Mourning. New Day have been stale for about 4 years, said Brony. I agree. It was 2014 they started. Thank you, Simulation. Interesting. Scarlett used in the word abandon. Abandon all hope, said November Rain. Razor is looking good. Yeah. They're both big boys, aren't they? So we got in their intros. We haven't seen much of AOP, have we? Here we go. Tag titles on the line. I think changing them here would be a good move, to be honest. I don't think we will. But I would be totally fine with seeing what the Authors of Pain do with these titles. Will they show what's going to happen in Liv's room? Well, no one's gone at the moment. So at the moment, she'd just be sat there, I don't know, playing solitaire. A few words of encouragement there from Paul Ellering as we're starting things off with The Miz. Tag being made, Miz going over into the corner. Chop, clothesline Miz down. Everything here is going to hurt in it. When you're in there with AOP, every move is just going to hurt. I missed AOP's old entrance music and their awesome masks that they wore during their walk to the ring. Wiren said, why would Ricochet leave his fiancée? Why would he leave his fiancée? Well, that was the one thing that was going to keep him around, to be honest. That was the one thing that I thought would maybe keep him to stay, but they haven't got a kid together. So, you know, it's okay, I suppose. I mean, not everyone works with their partner. I don't know how hard of a decision it was for him to go. Maybe it was not that easy of a decision, but you know, it's probably the right one for his career. Just thought I'd have a look, see if there is. There's some pretty fun responses, actually. Yeah, I didn't know if there'd be any more bits for the QR code, but seemingly not, man. It's a weird one, isn't it? It's a really weird one. Time for Judgment Day to end Final Testament, get their TV time. Always loved AOP LOD Connection, said Anna. For my generation, it's great. Daze's mic works for me. Yeah, should be work. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little dropout, to be honest. Truth should join Howdy. Talk about not valued, said Daniel. Well, we're at commercial break at the moment. We got 34 minutes left in the show. We've got this, and we know our main event tonight is going to be Drew McIntyre. He's going to be taking on Finn Balor. We will be back tomorrow. Cody Rhodes is on NXT tomorrow, and I don't know why. So, interesting to find out what he's going to be doing. Obviously, we got the full fallout from NXT Battleground, so we've got that stream tomorrow. We don't have anything on Wednesday, Thursday, but, you know, I should be out of X prison by then. So, I will be looking at doing Unseens. I mean, I would look to do some Nightbird vids, but I just don't know that there's going to be anything new for us to talk about. I mean, it might just be a case that we go back to, you know, doing the Unseens again, which I know people really enjoyed, and I did bring back and do before X slapped me on the wrist. So we'll look to bring them back if we can this week. But obviously everything's building towards Saturday. Clash at the Castle in Scotland. If you are going, have a great time. Hope you have a great time. I also hope your bank balance is able to recover in time as well. Thomas said, why are people worried about the Wyatt 6 going at Cody becoming heels? Cody's whole family story was anti-establishment. Why are people worried about Wyatt 6 going at Cody becoming heels? Heels' whole family story was anti-establishment. Well, I suppose establishment makes you think people at the top, that are kind of holding others down, and the person at the top right now is Cody. Obviously, Cody was Bray's mentor as well on the NXT show, so there's a couple of reasons why people I could understand thinking that Cody could be a victim, but I don't think they're gonna specifically go after Cody. I think that they're gonna really just bring hell to everybody. But I don't know that they're specifically looking to go after Cody. I don't think anyone's looking for Howdy to, go after Cody and try and win the World Championship. I mean, he ain't gonna get it this soon, surely. I don't even know if they'll go, pull the trigger and give him Cody's belt. I think if he's going for a world title, he's gonna have to go after the one that Damian's got. So, I don't know. I don't see it happening personally. Right, New Day have come racing down. R-Truth cheats. He comes in with the belt. Roll up by the Miz. So, Awesome Truth pick up the victory. So, Awesome Truth win. Scarlett gets in the ring. There's a lot of anger. JP said Uncle Howdy is burnt out this week. Well, perhaps we have just kind of gone so hard with the QR codes that we've sort of done everything. Perhaps we've just run out of stuff and we're at the point now where we're just kind of doing the odd little bit to just kind of get through this week, and really their attention now is on the debut. Here's Ilya and Ricochet backstage. Bron Breakker spearing Ricochet. Now we got Bron and Ricochet brawling. Big boot there by Ricochet. Oh, Ricochet gets thrown into the side of the truck. So Bron brawls and throws in some shots, and he is beating him up. Ricochet goes down. I hope Samantha's not watching. Bron has got Ricochet. He's going to lawn dart him. Oh! Daze, you have a Super X jail cell lag happening. Yep, this is Elon's fault as well. Thank you, Ricochet, said Dro. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Do you reckon Samantha's crying right now? I want to see Samantha's reaction. Why didn't we have a camera on Samantha? I want to know what Samantha, how she's feeling. WWE needs to sign Ricochet back. Do you know what? It'd be really good if WWE signed Ricochet. Great talent. Do you reckon, like, they're looking at it now, gutted? Do you reckon now that he's leaving, they're like, yeah, we proper dropped the ball, man? I don't know. I wonder how Triple H feels about it. I wonder if Triple H thinks he did all he could do. Anna says Ricochet defo going to AEW. Real glass, cry me a river, lol. Yeah, that's the introduction, innit? That's basically the introduction to AEW. You get planted through real glass, and that if you can survive that, then you're ready for Jon Moxley. You're ready for Jack Perry. Let's go. Anna, I hope you will. Anna, did you know that Starbridge have released their new kit today? And it looks pretty nice, actually. So, me and Anna are big Starbridge fans. Anna doesn't know that. But she's close enough whereby she should be. Come on, Bellingham. Come on, England. Hey, the Euros start on Friday. Let's go. Germany, Scotland first. England play on Sunday. Right, we're just seeing what happened before the break. Prince Puma. NWA and TNA call him Ricochet. Oh, and AEW, they'll be calling as well. Ricochet leaves WWE. Prince Puma signs. Oh, God, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. They teased a rematch with Ricochet and Dragunov, said Wrestle Andy. Well. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's Samantha. She's back. Samantha's back there. That is disgusting, actually. She's showing favoritism. That's disgusting. She, as a ring announcer, should be impartial. You didn't see Howard Finkel go run into someone's side. So there's Samantha. Look, she's in absolute tears. Can I get in? No. No, you can't. You're just the ring announcer. No, they've let her in. That's good. That's good. So Samantha's in there. She's in absolute floods of tears. But who's going to do the announcing? You see, this is why you can't have relationships in the workplace. Because what do we do now? What do we do now? Michael Cole going to do it. Well, is the timekeeper going to have to do it now? Shockmaster's son. So there we go. Ricochet in an ambulance being led away. Ricochet led away with Samantha Michael Cole said something has to be done. Who's going to do the announcing? The flip. I feel bad for Samantha. I feel bad for the wrestlers that are now not going to get the proper announcing. Do we see someone at Liv's hotel room before Raw ends? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Why would the cameras be there? What kind of show is she running? Right, here is the score. 56, 22, 11, and 8. That gets 92%. Good rating. Awesome Truth, AOP. Main event time. Who's announcing? That's the big question. Howdy should do the announcing. Yeah. Of course. Of course. If there's an opportunity, if there's a spotlight and a flipping vacancy, we know who's going to jump in it. Come back, Samantha! Come back, I miss you! Oh, God, I love Samantha. You don't know what you've lost until it's gone, do you, really? Until it's gone, you don't know what you've lost. Come back, Samantha. What if she's gone as well? What if this is a glimpse into the future? This is why we can't have wrestlers getting in relationships. This is why. Because it just flipping ruins the show. They need to start putting the show first. They need to start putting the fans first rather than themselves. Right, commercial break. What if we get a twist with Liv and Finn and they're secretly together? I'd be down for that. No? What did I just say? No? Put the fans first. Because what if something happens to flipping Finn and then Liv jumps in and they go off? All these wrestlers should be single until they're finished wrestling, and then they can have relationships. Come back, Samantha, we need you, said Hayden. No, we need you. Oh, God. She better not go to AEW. And if she does, then we're going to have to just get Howard Finkel back. There's no other way. There's no other way. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 20 minutes to go. Celtic said, did you see my Kintsugi email from 27.5? Thoughts, says Celtic Echo. I honestly can't remember. So I will look back. That's a couple of weeks ago. Give me a second. I have to go to a different page. I'm like looking live. Have you got the same name? What name am I looking for? I don't have anything from Celtic Echo, so I don't know what name I'm meant to look for. I'm going to answer that by saying I don't know, because I don't know what name I'm looking for. If you want to drop me another email, then I can tell you if I've seen it. EST said medical facility time. Oh, I didn't listen, actually. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're flipping off to. Are they going to a hospital, a medical facility? I just don't know. I just don't know. What if she goes now? She's not gonna... She won't be around, will she, for the arrival of the group? Like, what if it's like in intensive care or something and she's not back for a few weeks? Oh, God. See, it's all gone wrong. Mitchell, shout out to you. Yeah. If there's a spotlight that needs filling. If there's an inch of the show that we can flip in, squeeze into, then we'll find a way, won't we? Mr. B said, Daze, are you getting an email from X Jail? Am I getting an email from X Jail? Do you know? No, actually. It's funny you should say that. When you do go into X Jail, you don't get an email. I thought they might email me and say, like, here's the situation, this is how you can resolve it. You don't get anything from it, so. Also not the Clash at the Castle QR codes. What does that mean? The QR code that can be seen on the monitor in the arena is different to the one that was broadcast, apparently. Says SlamX. Oh, hello, breaking news. Cody Rhodes. Oh, that's not breaking news. We knew that. Cody Rhodes will be live tomorrow. Okay. That stuff said the irony is that Ricochet took Liv's hotel key. Very good. Apparently, Ricochet and Samantha are both on their way to Liv's room. And an ambulance with some paramedics. God only knows what's going down. They've certainly got a lot of medical supplies, though, if needed. So if anything does get a little out of control, there's plenty of bandages and oxygen. Wow, yeah, that's why the sirens go and everything. Get there I've got the key. Get there as quick as you can. I've agreed with Bron that he'll put me through the windscreen so it writes me off the show for a few weeks. Let's go. Samantha, you're coming as well. Perhaps it's Ricochet's birthday? Do you reckon it's his birthday? Happy birthday, Ricochet. We're all gutted for him right now. Like, oh, God. I hope he's going to be okay. Right now, he's with Samantha and Liv in the hotel room with the key, and he's got a martini, and he's like, yeah! He's probably doing standing somersaults, isn't he? He's probably doing standing backflips out of sheer excitement. Love it. Love it. They're going to Tony Khan's house. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. I hope he's going to Liv's room. I wouldn't wish it on anyone for him to be going to Tony Khan's house right now. That's a come down, innit? Imagine that. Imagine you think you've got a hotel room key for Liv, and then when you actually get to the hotel, Tony Khan's in the foyer waiting for you, and he's like, surprise! It's actually my hotel room. Let's talk business. Imagine that. Right, Balor making his way down. We got 14 minutes to go. Drew and Finn Balor, our main event. If Finn Balor wins, then Judgment Day will be at ringside. If Drew wins, Judgment Day is barred. Does Samantha being involved make it more of an angle, said A. Jobson. Yeah. It makes it more of an angle. If you're going to Tony Khan's house, you're going to have to get through Dave Meltzer. He's the guard dog in the lawn. As you approach the gates, Dave Meltzer comes running up like... Dave, settle down. Settle. There'll be no treats. Back away. You can have your 5-star dinner if you settle down. You know, the one you really like. Ooh. Right, we are underway. Finn Balor, he came down on his own. Ricochet better get all the injuries treated before getting to Tony Khan. He'll have to call and pay for his own ambulance. Doesn't Tony pay for that? I thought Tony was pretty good at that, wasn't he? I resent it, said Celtic Echo. Thank you. Sunny said the new book is called The Soul Within, a collection of poems. Well, I hope it goes well, my friend. I hope it goes well. If you have sent it, it has not yet come through. It's not come through yet. I will keep an eye out, though, Celtic Echo. Lovely chop there. There was a girl in a gold blazer that was right behind Finn as he got chopped, got slapped into the ring post goes Drew. WWE needs to do a proper best in the World Cup, said Defcon Prime. I've got some questions. My name's Angel, like literally. Angel, like literally, shout out to you. Feel free to put your questions in the chat. Right now, we've got Drew in the ring with Finn. Oh, working on the arms there. It's kind of unusual. Kick coming into the midsection there by Drew. Drew grabbing Finn, hurling him to the outside. There's a real size difference between these two. Kind of really feels like two guys from different weight classes going at it. Finn Balor taking the legs away from underneath Drew. Coming over, stomping on the back of Drew. Finn Balor backing up. Brony said, days when a wrestler leaves in an ambulance, where do they go? They go to a real hospital. Yep. They have to go to hospital and pretend that they are injured. So I don't know where they go. I wonder where they go. Honestly, I mean, do they end up having to go back to get their stuff? Wow, he just hurled Finn Balor straight over that commentary table. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you've got all your stuff in the locker room, or your bag and everything, do you sort of have to, like, go back? But if you do that, what if you get seen? I don't know, do you just go back to the hotel? But then it's a bit weird if an ambulance pulls up at the hotel, innit? Where do they go? How does that work? Do you reckon the ambulance takes them to a car that's waiting and they just get in the car? But Ricochet's in his wrestling gear. Gonna look a bit weird if he walks into the hotel, innit? It's a good question, that. I don't know. I mean, they obviously don't go to hospital, but where do they go? So they just go round the block and bring them back. And then Ricochet just is in the back, grabs his stuff, and then just tries to get out without the fans seeing him. Must be that. They must just go round the block. That means that he's now backstage again. He's now backstage saying goodbye to people, isn't he? That means Samantha is just backstage not doing anything when she could be out there doing a job. Annoying. Can you see Dom outside Liv's hotel room now? And then he'll claim next week he went to talk to her. We could do. I don't know why we would have. Cameras there. So I don't know. I mean, I could see next week that we get hotel CCTV. I could believe that. Thomas Jadwin said Tony Khan's NFL team had the most complaints to the players' union from the players. I doubt that he treats his wrestlers better than them. What were their complaints? What were they complaining about? That's interesting. Days, getting past Meltzer would be easy. Just throw him a DVD of Okada Omega in the Tokyo Dome and he'd watch that for hours. That's good. That's good. I was just thinking, though, as I was reading that, I was like, that would probably work for me as well, though. If that was all on DVD, those 3 matches in particular, I'd quite happily sit down and watch them again. Yeah. If you need to get past Dave Meltzer, anything from the Tokyo Dome, or just a picture of the Tokyo Dome, I'll do it. Settles him right down. You can rub his belly and everything. He lets you rub his... He just lies there like that. Yeah, as long as you show him a picture of the Tokyo Dome, he's like... Yeah. They're on their way as we speak to Tony Khan's place. John from the arcade said, could we imagine Roman when he comes back and Solo blood feud brewing in the future? Solo thinks the tribal chief, but Roman definitely won't allow that. Yeah, well, I think they've said that, like, Solo is head of the table till Roman returns. So I think there's a chance Roman returns and then we get all these weird looks. You know, I mean, imagine that when Roman comes back. Imagine that moment, man. And, like, we're just not going to know how anyone's going to interact with each other. We don't know how Solo's going to interact or how Tama Tonga's going to interact. Or it's going to be fascinating, man. Going to be fascinating. I'm hoping that that's the build to SummerSlam. I would love as well for it to be a backstage thing. So I'd love for it to be a case that, like, the show kind of ends and then we cut backstage and maybe something's happened where Solo and everyone is gone and they've just left Paul Heyman. Like, maybe they've trashed the room and Paul Heyman's just sat there with his head in his hand and he's just there trying to contemplate what's next. And then there's, like, a knock on the door and he looks over and the camera pans over and Roman's like, how's it going, Paul? What have I missed? End of the show. And then you're like, oh my God, Dad is home. Dad is home. That would be sick. That would be good. That would be quite the cliffhanger for next week, you know? Because the good thing about that is that you don't know how he's going to react, but you know you're going to get him next week. If he makes his way down to the ring, he's going to sort of have to interact with this new bloodline. I think I'd save it a week so that everyone could get excited. I think you've got to try and find a way of bringing him back, but not have him interact with Solo and Tama and Tongaloa. That's a bit tricky, that is. To bring him back and do that. That's why I would think I would do it that way. It's a little bit reminiscent of, do you remember that episode where Roman was backstage and Adam Pearce knocks on the door to give him the contract and Roman has the contract and I think he hands it over and then the camera pans over and we see Paul Heyman sat there and that is when you go, oh my God. And then the show ended. It's that sort of a moment, you know. Reminds me a lot of that moment where we saw Heyman just briefly and then the show ended and we were like, so this would be like that, only this time it would be showing Roman and then the show ends. And then you go, oh my God, I need to make sure that I book next Friday off. I want the whole day off. If Roman is going to be on the show, if Roman's back, then we have got a lot to eat. Right, Belly to Belly by Drew. 4 minutes. Celtic, that thing still has not come through, you know. Is it Wrestling Daze at gmail.com? It's not anything come through. Finn Balor is so damn good, said Julian. Keep up by Drew. Why is the crowd at this show, said Rob? I don't know. Right now, we've got Finn Balor down. We got Drew back in the corner. He's looking to charge over. Balor up on his feet. Sling blades by Finn Balor. Drew rolls out the ring and goes to the outside. Balor against the ropes. Goes over the top, comes crashing down on Drew. And he grabs a hold of Drew. Looks to chuck him into the ring. Drew going over to the other sides. Drop kick. Balor over the other side, charging over. Another drop kick. Drew goes back to the corner. Drew goes down to his feet. Finn Balor to the outside. He's got him in position for the coup de grace. Oh, headbutt. Headbutt by Drew. Drew looking to climb up. He's looking for a superplex. Crowd is so quiet for this. Oh, big superplex. Huge. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Finn. Shoulder up by Finn. I'm going to write dead crowd, man. It is very quiet. Big superplex. Drew gets up on his feet. Crowd are politely applauding. Boom. Future Shock DDT. Kip up there by Drew. Drew backing up. He's going for the Claymore. He looks at the entranceway. Here's Damian. Damian making his way down. So Damian comes down to distract. Yeah, well, Balor's still down. He's okay, but Carlito from behind. But Drew had it scouted. In the ring comes JD. Claymore to JD. JD gets thrown over the top to the outside. Finn Balor rolls up Drew. 2. Kick out by Drew. Sling blades. Goes over to the corner. Drop kick in the corner. I think he might be hitting that coup de grace. Drew is down. No. Drew moves out the way. Claymore connects. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Drew wins. Drew wins. So it means that Judgment Day are going to be barred from ringside, but that's not going to stop CM Punk, is it? That's not going to stop CM Punk. So we got Damian holding up that championship as Drew stares at him and the show comes to an end. They're really just going to leave that hotel card cliffhanger. Well, I think it's a hard one to pay off, to be honest, because what are you going to do? I mean, we know that Balor took the card, but we don't have like a camera crew there, so I think that what you might get is next week you might get the footage of what happens. You might see someone walking up the corridor. And I think you're definitely going to get more on that. Big Time said, Fightful and PW Insider on Sunday morning dropped news that the reason for Cody's NXT appearance is they're hoping NXT might beat AEW this week. AEW is going against NBA and NXT does not. Really? Seems a bit petty, doesn't it? Seems a bit petty. Like, I wouldn't have thought that was a motivator, to be honest. I wouldn't have thought that that was something that I wouldn't have thought that that was something that they would have focused on. I don't know. I hope it's not that. I hope it's just because they want to keep the momentum going, you know, rather than it being trying to beat AEW. Because even if they beat them one week, what does that mean? AEW has beaten NXT week after week after week after week after week. If they beat them one week, I'm sure they did beat them, like when they were head to head on a Wednesday. I'm sure they did beat them a couple of times. So I hope it's not that. I hope it's more to do with momentum. Right, we've got the poll up. Get your votes in. Nathan said Raw was a 7. I'm excited for the weekends. Going to a cousin's wedding in Chicago and the arrival of the Wyatt 6. AKF said, Daze, since Roman is rumoured to return around SummerSlam, do we think we could get Solo Cody at SummerSlam? And Roman returns after the match to attack Cody? I don't think so, but I think Solo, Cody. Solo just feels so far away from Cody that he just doesn't feel like a challenger. I'm thinking about it because I'm thinking that there is a chance that we do it, but Solo feels so cold. Although they did say there was a plan, didn't they? They did say there's a plan. Maybe that is gonna result to be the plan. So my honest answer is I don't think we're gonna do that. But then I do think about some of those examples where they said, "Don't worry about it. We've got a plan for Cody." And so maybe I think that'll be a really disappointing main event because I don't think Solo's getting that title off Cody. Solo doesn't feel like we've built him up enough to be in that match. So no. I wouldn't be a fan of that, to be honest. You'd have to do that's a hell of a come down from Cody Roman, and they've teased Cody Rock, and we end up with Cody Solo. Maybe you could put Jacob Fatu in there. Maybe you could put in a few other moving parts to make it exciting, but no, not sure I'm keen on that. Right, hang on. Let's end this. We need to wrap this up because I've still got bits I need to do. I need to get a thumbnail done for that Nightbird video. And I want to get a review up. And I'm going to ask you your opinions as well and get them done. Because I don't think there's another Nightbird video that's needed. But I will have a look to see if anything else has been found. So that got a good 96%. So a little bit flat. So that means that, let's have a look at the scores. First match, good 94. I thought it was better than that. Second match, good 96. Third match, good 90. Fourth match, good 76. Fifth match, great 70. So fifth match, that was Bron Breakker Elia. People really enjoyed that. Then we had 92% good, Awesome Truth AOP. Main event, 96% good. We're really struggling with in-ring. It seems to me like we've got stories and things that are happening. This was a go-home, though. But in-ring just seems to be really off, man. Just seems to be really off at the moment, so hopefully they can pick that up and as we kind of come out of Clash. And obviously next week we know that we've got the arrival of the Wyatt 6, or at least we believe that's when they're going to arrive. So very much looking forward to next week's Raw. I will get that set up as soon as possible. We will be back tomorrow, Wrestling Escape Pods and NXT. I don't know what we're doing Wednesday, Thursday. We will be back on Saturday. We know what we're doing Clash. We know that we're doing SmackDown. I mean, SmackDown's going to be coming from Scotland live. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So yeah, lots going on. Hopefully we'll get some more QR code stuff. But yeah, looking forward to whatever is on the way this week. Celtic, I still don't have this thing, so I am wondering whether you've put the right address or if there's an issue, but I still don't have anything. The last thing I had was actually before Raw started, and it wasn't you, so you might have to try and send it over again. I'll keep an eye out for it. And that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed the show and enjoyed the stream. Disappointing about the QR codes. I can't hide that. I was disappointed by the QR code this week. Countdown is fun and a new journal entry is fine, but it's nowhere near as deep as what we have been getting. And as I said, I think I would have been happier if it just said Wednesday or something like that. That would have been fine, because then at least I would know to get to Wednesday. But no, there's nothing there. I mean, unless someone's going to find something, it just seems like that's it for today. Maybe we get something tomorrow. Maybe. I mean, if they are going all out to try and make this like a big NXT, then maybe they've got something juicy for tomorrow's NXT. Not out of the realms of possibility, to be honest. Finn got off the map like Grandpa Joe in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when he got out of beds, so he could get to the hotel. Yeah, he's raced off as well, hasn't he? He's gone to meet up with Ricochet and Samantha. I tell you, it's all kicking off around her place tonight. Right, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.